Akira had long thought about the possibility of being reborn in another world, imagining a life full of adventure. In his mind, scenes of battles with mythical creatures and monsters played out, as well as the chance to marry a princess and become a prince himself. He dreamed of a bright and joyful fate in another world, one full of unusual events and incredible possibilities. However, reality turned out to be far from what he had imagined. Instead of a fairy tale existence, he was faced with a harsh world, where he was destined not to enjoy peace and happiness. His life was abruptly cut short by the strikes of a terrifying monster, shattering all his expectations. After his death, the system activated, confirming the fact of his first death and establishing a strong connection between him and the new world. Since all the necessary conditions were met, the system granted him special abilities. Among the skills granted were System Quest, Trophy System, and the special skill Resurrection. This ability immediately took effect, bringing him back to life. A faint voice reached him through the void, barely breaking through to his consciousness. Someone was trying to shout at him. Waking up in an office, Akira took a sharp breath and looked around. He struggled to comprehend what was happening, but the first thing he did was check himself, ensuring that his body was intact. Everything seemed to be in place, and his legs felt perfectly normal. A thought flashed through his mind that all of this might have just been a dream. Sayama called to him with concern, pointing at something behind him. Itaide, still unsure of what was going on, paid attention to his colleague's words. Manager now suddenly lunged at Itaide, grabbing him by the neck. With clear irritation, she noted his audacity, scolding him for ignoring his superiors. Gasping for air, Itaide barely managed to utter his manager's name. Hearing his voice, now loosened her grip and, with a serious expression, remarked that he had passed out so suddenly as if his batteries had died. She asked with some concern if he was feeling unwell. Akira quickly reassured her that he was fine and explained that he had just dozed off for a moment. Neo expressed her displeasure at his habit of constantly falling asleep. Akira quickly agreed with her, not wanting to continue the conversation. Despite his attempts to distract himself, thoughts continued to torment him. The nightmare he had experienced felt too real, and even now, he felt a strange sensation, as if his body still remembered the pain when the monster had sunk its teeth into him. Now, with a hint of worry, asked if he had been overworking himself lately. Akira waved it off, claiming that he was fine now, and reassured her that he would finish all the work by the end of the day. Neo looked at him closely, noting the dark circles under his eyes. Akira, trying to hide his exhaustion, replied that it wasn't a big deal and not worth worrying about. Neo reminded him that meeting deadlines was important, but health should always come first. Akira felt a strange sense of déjà vu. A memory surfaced, a feeling that this conversation had happened before, though he couldn't remember when exactly. Now announced that she was leaving soon, and advised everyone else to wrap up their work as well. Sayama glanced at Akira enviously, sighing playfully and joking that he wouldn't mind waking up from being choked by Manager now. Akira gave him a warning look and, in a cold voice, said that such remarks could earn him a punch. Thoughts continued to trouble him, but he decided it was probably just fatigue, and that it was all just his imagination playing tricks. On his way home, he noticed two men. A little further, he saw a couple that was clearly arguing. The girl irritably declared that she was breaking up with her boyfriend because she couldn't stand it anymore. The boy desperately tried to hold on to her, begging her to listen, claiming he loved her more than anyone else. Akira stopped, feeling growing unease. These scenes seemed strangely familiar, as if he had witnessed them before. The thought that he might be developing dementia crossed his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. Sure, his hair had been thinning since he was 25, but that didn't mean he was losing his mind. Suddenly, strange sounds caught his attention. They were like dull thuds, as if someone was dragging something heavy across the ground. In the surrounding darkness, it was impossible to make out the source of the sounds. His body tensed, and a fresh wave of anxiety surged in his chest. From the shadows, an enormous creature suddenly emerged. In horror, he realized that this wasn't an illusion or a dream. The monster he had faced in his nightmares was real, and it was right in front of him. His mind refused to process what was happening, and he desperately searched for an explanation. The only logical explanation that came to mind was that he was filming some kind of movie. Panic overtook him, and he ran off, not caring where he was going. His brain feverishly repeated the same words, unable to calm down. This couldn't be real. It was nonsense, absurdity, stupidity. And yet, he truly could die. Fear completely consumed his mind, making him desperately pray to avoid the inevitable. The monster struck swiftly, and his body, losing balance, crashed loudly into the wall. Akira felt unbearable, burning throughout his body. The air seemingly stopped flowing into his lungs, turning each breath into agony. He felt his strength leaving him, and his legs became immobile, as if they no longer belonged to him. Thoughts raced in chaos, trying to comprehend what was happening. A desperate thought flashed through his mind, that he had never experienced love, and now, in the face of death, it suddenly seemed important to him. His vision blurred, and his consciousness slowly faded. The realization that he was truly dying washed over him with the inevitable reality. Suddenly, the system activated, announcing the start of a quest titled Defeat by Monster Again. He was assigned to Class C, with the condition to complete the quest, slay the Minotaur. The system also noted that the number of Minotaurs slain so far was 0. Akira's mind struggled to process what was happening. Indignation flared in his thoughts regarding the new quest. The very idea that someone was demanding him to kill a monster seemed absurd. He knew full well that such a fight was impossible for him. However, his protest was cut short when a voice echoed in his mind. The next thing he realized, he was back in the office. Overwhelmed with shock, he began to think, realizing that he had returned. The defeat in the quest meant that time had been reset. The system confirmed his defeat, then disappeared. Soon, a new notification appeared on the screen, informing him that he had received a bronze trophy for dying again. For this achievement, the system granted him additional stats, an increase of 5 points in endurance, and the same amount in muscle strength. Akira stared blankly at the void, the appearance of the trophy, the stat increase. It all made no sense to him. Trying to make sense of it all, he wondered what this screen was even for. Nearby, Nao's voice called out to him with concern, asking if he could hear her. Struggling to focus, he looked at her and softly whispered her name. Nao frowned as she approached. She noticed he looked too pale and asked if he was feeling unwell. In response, he simply raised his hand and pointed ahead of him, unable to find the right words. He tried to explain to her that there was something strange in front of him. Nao looked at him in confusion, asking exactly what he was talking about. Akira, frowning with irritation, pointed at the air, insisting that there was a transparent screen in front of him. The manager frowned even more, exchanging glances with Sayama, and then asked her colleague if he saw anything. Sayama shrugged, saying he didn't notice anything unusual. Panic flared in his head. No one else had seen this screen. He couldn't believe it. In a fit of despair, he exclaimed that the screen was right in front of him, and asked if they were farsighted. Nao grabbed his arm sharply, frowning even more. She demanded that he change the way he spoke to his boss, stop talking nonsense, and just get down to business. The confusion in his mind continued to grow. Everything that was happening was too strange, and he seriously began to doubt his sanity. Soon he found himself on a bench, deep in thought. Before he could even look back, that same screen was gone. Trying to figure out what had happened, he began to analyze the situation. It was obvious that he was somehow returning to the past. Based on this, one could conclude that if he went home the same way again, everything would repeat itself. Thinking about it, he realized that there was a way to avoid the monster. If he simply chose a different path, he might be able to avoid the danger. However, the thought that the open space could be just as dangerous made him think twice. After weighing all the risks, he decided to return to the office for a while, considering it a safer option. While he was in the office, he couldn't shake off the fear. Everything inside him was clenching at the mere thought that he could be killed again. The question of why he was even surviving and coming back flashed through his mind again. Gradually, he began to connect what was happening with games, because the screen really did resemble game interfaces, but it didn't give him any answers. His head was starting to hurt from trying to understand what was happening, but he couldn't allow himself to dwell on it. The only important thought now was to survive. When he woke up, he realized that there was an unusual noise in the street. He sat up in shock, surprised that he had fallen asleep without even noticing it. Looking around the office, he realized that it was already the next day. The excitement gradually gave way to relief. It turned out that he had escaped death. It was also simple. His mood had improved a little, and he thought he could now drink his coffee in peace. However, a suspicion soon flashed in his mind. The office was too quiet. He frowned when he noticed that there was no one around. Today was not a day off, which meant that the employees should be at their places. However, there was no one in the building, not even the boss. The anxiety began to grow when he realized that a siren had been sounding outside for a while now. Suddenly, the office shook. Akira's body tensed and anxiety rose in his chest. Approaching the window, he carefully looked out. A terrifying picture appeared before my eyes. Monsters raged through the city streets, tearing apart buildings and crushing everything in their path. Akira felt the horror wash over him with renewed force. The destroyed street appeared before his eyes, the smell of burning and blood hung in the air, the world he knew no longer existed. His mind refused to accept what was happening. His thoughts were racing, trying to find an explanation that could convince him that this was not reality, that it was just a bad dream. But everything around him proved otherwise. He had just begun to believe that the nightmare was over, and instead he found himself in a real hell. An idea flashed through his mind to check the internet. It might help to understand what was happening. If he went to news sites, he might find some explanation. His hands shook as he searched for the information he needed, but nothing came up. Suddenly, the realization hit him with renewed force. Something unthinkable was happening in the city. Perhaps something like this had affected not only his hometown, but the entire world. The thought awakened a new wave of panic. He wondered if there was anyone left alive. Maybe he was the last one standing, and everyone else was dead. His voice broke in desperation. He screamed into the void, hoping for someone to answer, desperately calling out to people, begging for some kind of response. His heart sank when he saw Sayama in front of him. Joy flared in his chest for a moment, but then was instantly replaced by icy horror. Sayama was torn apart by monsters. The sight was unbearable. Blood was pouring onto the ground. Screams were drowned out by the terrible sounds with which the monsters devoured his body. His stomach clenched, and he couldn't hold back the urge to vomit. His insides clenched with fear and disgust. His lips trembled as he tried to say his friend's name. His voice broke and his words became incoherent mutterings. He watched as the creature tore Sayama's body apart. Instantly, he realized that one of the monsters was now looking straight at him. A chill ran through his body, fear gripping every muscle. He felt his own body refusing to obey, his mind frantically searching for a way out. To remain where he was meant death. His mind was racing. His gaze slid over the monster's figure, and he realized it was a goblin. Video games always portrayed these creatures as the weakest of opponents. Maybe he had a chance to hold his own in a fight. But fear was preventing him from thinking logically. He didn't want to fight. He didn't want to face these creatures. The goblin rushed forward, attacking him. His reflexes kicked in, and he was able to dodge the first blow. But the monster didn't give up. The second attack hit him, and he felt the creature grab him by the clothes. The brain desperately searched for a way out. It tried to think of something, but before it could, the goblin struck with a club. The body shook from the impact. The goblin froze, as if expecting something. Suddenly, he realized that the monster was surprised that he was still alive. This was his chance. Clenching his fist, he put all his strength into the blow. There was a dull crunch. Even the nearest wall cracked from the force of the blow. Understanding washed over him. He had never had such physical strength. Just yesterday, his strength had not exceeded normal human capabilities. The memory of the system screen popped into his head. Perhaps it was because of the characteristics he had received earlier. The goblin had no intention of giving up. The monster rushed to attack again. Akira hit him again, putting all his energy into it. The monster writhed in agony, but did not retreat. Rage was mixed with fear. He couldn't afford to lose. Grabbing a club, he delivered a crushing blow. The monster fell motionless. His breath caught in his throat, his heart pounding in his chest. He had killed him. He had won. The strength was leaving his body. He had lost too much blood. Despite the victory, his body could no longer move. The system activated, signaling a level increase. He jumped from level 1 straight to level 3. A new notification informed him of a stat boost, as well as a bronze trophy for killing a monster for the first time. He also now had the ability to enslave monsters. My head was ringing. His body was filled with a strange power. He had never felt anything like it before. A new surge of strength swept through his body. But it didn't matter. Consciousness was fading. When he woke up, he found himself back in the office. Nao looked at him with a worried expression, asking if he was okay. He didn't answer. He stood up abruptly and rushed away. Her surprised voice was heard from behind. He ran up the stairs, realizing that everything was repeating itself. He was back in the past again. He was breathing heavily as he reached the roof. Everything that was happening came together to form a single picture. The system screen appeared in front of his eyes, confirming his name: Akira, level 1, vitality 5, muscle strength 15, endurance 9, speed 4, 2 available points, and a special skill, resurrection, as well as the fact that his characteristics are preserved even after death, allowing him to become stronger, which increasingly resembles a game. And although he did not fully understand what was happening, the realization that it was too early to give up strengthened in his mind, because regardless of whether this was another world or not, he had to grow and survive at any cost. Akira knew that in a few hours this world would be in the hands of monsters. Only he knew about the coming destruction, because he had already died and returned to the past more than once. Despite all the horror of the situation, he understood that it was too early to give up and surrender. Realizing his unique ability to resurrect, he stated out loud that his current situation allowed him to fight for survival at any cost, and he was not going to put up with that. Suddenly, Nao, dissatisfied with his behavior, sharply hit him on the head, demanding that he not raise his voice in the building, as such behavior caused fear in those around him. Akira, slightly taken aback by this turn of events, automatically called her manager, thereby emphasizing her status and authority. Nao reminded him with a noticeable sternness in her voice that he had long since forgotten himself, since all the other employees had long since gone home, leaving him alone. Looking around, Akira couldn't help but notice how quickly time had flown by, as if it was slipping through his fingers. In response to Nao's words, he tried to justify himself by explaining that he still had unfinished work to do, so he suggested that she and the others go first while he finished his business. However, Nao, clearly concerned about his condition, was indignant that he was going to spend the night without sleep again. She expressed her displeasure at the bags under his eyes and offered to do the rest of the work for him, advising him to go home immediately. Akira, taken aback by her unexpected concern, tried to object, saying that he was fine, but Nao was adamant. She said in a stern tone that he must go home immediately and stressed that she was not going to repeat her demand twice. Akira, feeling the growing pressure from Nao, wanted to continue the argument but ultimately gave in. He mentally noted that when Nao got angry, she became truly frightening, forcing everyone around her to obey without question. Despite this, he knew that if he returned home, he would be killed by the Minotaur again, as had happened before. So he decided to check one important thing while he still had the chance. Akira concentrated and mentally activated his status, knowing that the system should react to this signal. He carefully studied the data displayed and was surprised to see that his level had returned to first, although his overall level was still third. His muscular strength and endurance were higher than the others, and he concluded that this was due to the trophy he had obtained. Looking closely at the interface, he decided to tap on the screen, hoping that it would allow him to see the details of his abilities. His expectations were met, and the system actually worked. A message from the system appeared on the screen, stating that he had a passive skill called Resurrection. This skill was activated automatically at the moment of the owner's death, allowing him to return to a certain point in the past. However, the condition for its activation was the violation of all principles of cause and effect. Akira read the message carefully and tried to comprehend the information he received. He came to the conclusion that although he did not fully understand the mechanics of this skill, it was this skill that made him relive death over and over again. The question arose in his mind as to how he had acquired this skill in the first place. He lingered on the interface, deciding to check if the information would disappear if he swiped the screen. His attention was soon drawn to the message that appeared after that. The system told him that he could distribute his points among various attributes. The available parameters were vitality, muscular strength, endurance, speed, and luck. Akira came to the realization that this was how he could increase his physical abilities. However, his thoughts immediately switched to the new tab that had just appeared in front of him. After examining it carefully, he found that the system gave him a choice of several skills, among which were body strengthening, analysis, weapon making, disorganization, armor making, silent steps, magical scheme, sensual narrative art, mixing, and danger detection. Seeing such an extensive list before him, he felt genuine delight. He was particularly struck by the existence of such an unusual skill as the art of sensual narrative. Although he did not understand its practical use, he even thought that this skill could be interesting. As he pondered the choice, he realized that to acquire any of the skills presented, a minimum of 3 points were required. He currently had only 2. He faced an important choice: invest the available points in improving the characteristics, or save them and spend them on one of the skills. At this moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a sharp call. Now, noticing that he still hadn't left, called out his name loudly. Akira, slightly startled, raised his head and saw the manager in front of him. Realizing that he shouldn't reveal his thoughts, he tried to calm himself down, reminding himself that the system's interface was visible only to him. Nao, looking at him carefully, expressed surprise that he had not yet left the building. Akira, trying to come up with an excuse, hesitantly said that he was just waiting for her to finish her business. Nao turned to him with some confusion, asking if he was still following the company's old guiding principle. Akira, hearing this, froze for a moment, trying to remember what was being discussed. Nao, noticing his confusion, explained that according to corporate policy, employees should not go home before their boss. However, out of all the employees, he was the only one who continued to follow this rule. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, he remembered that such an exploitative demand had indeed existed, and mentally noted how ridiculous it seemed in reality. Now, not wanting to drag out the conversation, finally invited him to go home with her. Akira, realizing he had no choice, nodded silently and followed her. Akira thought about how his main goal right now was to safely level up and gain skills. He realized the need to prepare for the events to come and knew that he needed to be prepared for them. Nao pointed out the direction he should go and reminded him that his path lay in the other direction. Akira nodded briefly, agreeing with her words. Suddenly, Nao addressed him by name again, as if she wanted to add something. Akira noticed her hesitation and asked if she remembered something important. Nao hesitated for a moment, but then admitted that that was not what she was talking about. She noted that there were always worries and sufferings in life, and expressed her understanding that Akira was used to keeping a low profile. However, she assured him that if he had any concerns, he could always turn to her for advice. She reminded him that it was the boss's responsibility to take care of his subordinates, and suggested that he could rely on her, at least a little. Having finished her speech, she wished him good night and said goodbye until tomorrow. Akira thought about her words, but his thoughts turned to the future again. He knew that in a few hours, Nao would suffer the same fate as everyone else. However, he decided not to think about that. He wondered what a person like him could do. The situation with the goblin flashed before his eyes again. He wondered if his current self would have been able to save anyone. He came to the conclusion that Nao would be able to handle it on her own. He convinced himself that she would definitely be okay. Akira went to the store to buy the necessary things and then returned to the office. He looked over his purchases and breathed a sigh of relief, deciding that this would be enough for now. His bag contained weapons, clothes, a helmet, food, water, a first aid kit, and a magazine. He didn't even understand why he bought it in such dark times. He looked at his palm and noticed that although he had bought quite a lot of things, the bag felt surprisingly light. He concluded that this was due to the fact that his muscle strength had increased. He decided to temporarily use the company building as a base to level up. He knew there was a minotaur roaming around his house, so he was going to stay away from it. He knew there would soon be a time when monsters would start appearing. Akira checked his phone and noticed a post that caught his attention. The author of the post expressed surprise when he noticed that it was an actual goblin. He wondered if he had been reincarnated in another world. Asuka, studying the situation, came to the conclusion that monsters began to appear in different places. He was amazed that they appeared here and there. The next post reported that a dragon had been discovered in China. Akira felt shocked, realizing that the situation was becoming more serious. He decided that the defense against such creatures would most likely be entrusted to the self-defense forces. He continued scrolling through the posts and saw references to other creatures. However, one particularly frightening message caught his attention. He realized that the time had come. Realizing the inevitability of what was happening, he declared to himself that now his only goal was to level up. Akira took everything he needed and went outside. Looking around, he noticed that the city was not as chaotic as he expected. He came to the conclusion that the monsters had not yet appeared in this part. However, he was sure that these creatures were already hiding somewhere. He decided to be extremely careful. His main goal was to hunt small monsters, such as goblins, that moved alone. While moving, he noticed a dead man. He felt fear and inner weakness, but then he reminded himself that he had seen this before. He concluded that he simply had to get used to it, because now it would become part of his daily life. Suddenly, he heard a scream. He wondered if the sound could have come from a monster. He felt very uneasy, but decided that he had to make sure of what was happening. He began to move cautiously towards the source of the sound, trying to remain alert. Ahead, he saw a group of people and several police officers who were trying to hold back the advance of the creatures. The police officers were shouting anxiously, demanding that everyone immediately take shelter in the buildings. They realized that the situation was getting out of control. One of the officers demanded that the shooters prepare their weapons, but panic prevented them from reacting quickly. Akira watched carefully what was happening and saw goblins in front of him. He noticed that there were at least 4 of them, and possibly even 5. He came to the conclusion that the people trapped had no escape route. He considered whether to try to save them, but came to the conclusion that it was too risky. He reminded himself that the police had guns, so they could probably handle this on their own. At that moment, a system message appeared in front of him. The system notified him that a new quest had appeared, related to the monster that had defeated him last time. The condition for completing the quest was the defeat of 100 goblins. Akira was stunned. He couldn't believe that he was about to complete a quest again. He remembered that the last time his fight with the goblins ended in a draw. However, the system's verdict was that it was a defeat. Now she demanded that he destroy 100 of these creatures. Akira was shocked, realizing how difficult a task it was. He cried out in despair that this was too much. At this time, people continued to call for help. One of the officers, whose name was Tanaka, prepared to fire but hesitated. His comrades hurried him, demanding that he shoot quickly. When the shot finally rang out, everyone froze, waiting for the result. People looked at the goblin with alarm, hoping that he was dead. However, the monsters turned out to be much more resilient than they expected. Akira, carefully observing the fight, came to the conclusion that these creatures are capable of withstanding even bullet hits. He realized that he had no chance of dealing with so many enemies unless he took careful action. Akira realized that his own life was more important than the fate of others. He tried to convince himself that the deaths of other people had nothing to do with him. However, the next moment his gaze stopped on a familiar face. He saw now. Her life was threatened by a goblin who had already swung his weapon at her. Without thinking, driven by a sudden impulse, Akira rushed forward to save her. Neo said Akira's name in horror, not believing her eyes. She couldn't understand how he ended up here, in the midst of chaos and mortal danger. Akira, surprised by her presence, replied that he should be the one asking her that question. Now, ignoring his words, insistently demanded that he immediately run away from here without exposing himself to danger. However, Akira was not going to follow this advice. He looked at her and reminded her of the company's policy that employees should not leave the building before their boss. He asked her if she remembered this rule. Now, barely holding back her tears, said his name, shocked by his words. Akira realized that there was no time for doubts now. He remembered how Nao had always tried to protect him, cared for him, supported him in difficult times. Now it was his turn to repay her in the same way and protect her. Without hesitation, he entered into battle with the goblins. The battle was fierce, but he was able to defeat all the enemies. Nao watched what happened in amazement. She couldn't comprehend how he managed to deal with so many monsters in just a moment. Akira, not wanting to waste time, shouted at Nao, urging her to run quickly. He knew that they didn't have time to stay here. Nao, still in shock, turned her attention to the defeated goblins and asked if he had really defeated them all. Akira quickly explained that he couldn't take out that many enemies, especially with only a kitchen knife. He urged her to immediately stand up and prepare to flee. Nao, feeling fear and shock from what she had experienced, tried to get up, but realized that her legs were completely numb and refused to obey. Akira, without thinking, grabbed her in his arms and lifted her off the ground. Now, feeling him holding her close, said his name in confusion, her voice trembling with excitement. Akira calmly told her to be patient, assuring her that they needed to return to the company building immediately, as this place was currently the safest. They fled, leaving the battlefield. When they finally reached the office, Akira breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had managed to escape. Now, recovering from the horror she had experienced, irritably called him an idiot, emphasizing that one wrong step could have cost him his life. Akira apologized guiltily, accepting her reproaches. Now, breathing heavily, looked at him again, then quietly added that he really was a fool. However, there was gratitude in her voice. Akira, not hearing her words, asked what she had just said. Now, a little embarrassed, waved him off sharply and told him to look at the road. Akira wondered if he had enough strength to protect this man in a world plunged into madness and chaos. Sarila wreaked havoc everywhere, destroying the usual order and forcing people to fight for survival. Now cried out in pain, asking Akira to be more careful and a little gentler in his actions because she was really in pain. Akira, focused on his task, tried to calm her down, asking her to be patient a little longer, as the process was almost complete. A moment later, he said with relief that he was finally finished, but immediately warned that similar wounds in the future could prove fatal. He emphasized that without urgent measures, the situation could get out of control, and the outcome would be tragic. Now listened carefully to his words and, slightly dejected, said that she was perfectly aware of the seriousness of what was happening. Akira looked at the supplies, then turned to her and pointed out that they had enough water and food, but they had to use them wisely so that they wouldn't run out too quickly. He also added that there were clothes, warm wool blankets, and pillows to make the night more comfortable. Nao looked around the shelter and was surprised to see that he had indeed prepared thoroughly for this kind of situation. Then something caught her eye, and she frowned, leaning down to get a better look at it. Akira noticed her interested look, and asked with a slight concern in his voice what exactly she had discovered. Nao picked up the magazine, flipped through a few pages, and immediately blushed, amazed by the contents. Raising her head, she asked with some embarrassment if Akira had actually bought this, since such an item seemed rather unexpected among the other supplies. Akira, seeing her reaction, immediately flushed with embarrassment, began to stutter and tried to justify himself, but his words were confused and his voice trembled. Now, despite her own embarrassment, quickly assured him that there was nothing shameful about it and that he shouldn't react that way. She tried to explain that she just hadn't expected to see it among their things, but at the same time she didn't find anything strange about it. Akira thought about it, digesting the situation. But then suddenly his thoughts jumped to another topic. He remembered now, but then he cut himself off, forcing himself to focus on the current situation. To distract himself, he turned his gaze out the window and began to peer closely at what was happening outside, trying to determine if there was any danger nearby. Now Yu noticed his wary gaze and tensed up a little, then asked if he had managed to see anything, and if the very creatures that posed a threat had appeared nearby. Akira watched the situation carefully, then confidently declared that everything was calm at the moment, but it was too early to relax. Then his gaze turned back to the girl, and he asked what made her go out to the store in the middle of the night, despite the possible dangers. Now reluctantly admitted that she was simply planning to finish the rest of her work and buy an energy drink to help her stay awake during her night work. Akira sighed inwardly, noting in his mind that she was a real workaholic who thought about work even in critical situations. Then another thought crept into his head, and he wondered if it was possible that her work was somehow related to him. Nao suddenly spoke about how many people had died right before her eyes, and the realization of this was haunting her. She recalled with a trembling voice how just a few hours ago, life had been completely normal, but then suddenly the world had changed, and monsters had appeared on the streets, destroying everything around them. Akira, lost in thought, admitted that he himself could not understand why everything had happened this way. However, he knew for sure that these creatures attacked people without hesitation, devouring them with frightening cruelty. He noted that firearms were ineffective against them, and therefore it was pointless to count on self-defense forces. In addition, he emphasized that such attacks are happening all over the world, and the situation will probably get even worse by the morning. Now, hearing his words, lowered her head, thinking about what she heard, and then with despair in her voice, she suggested that their world really could come to an end in the near future. Akira thought about it, running through the possible scenarios in his head. An inner voice tormented him with questions about whether the end would really come, and if so, why did he need this mysterious status that had appeared to him? However, the next moment it dawned on him that perhaps Now had also acquired this status, and it could mean something important. He turned to the girl, intending to ask a question, but saw that she had already fallen asleep, tired from the events she had experienced. Akira looked at her with a small smile, noting that she must be incredibly exhausted. He then quietly told her that she could rest as long as she needed, as the place would be safe until morning. In his mind, he reminded himself that despite the temporary respite, he needed to become stronger and level up to survive. Before leaving, he firmly promised that he would definitely return alive and asked her to wait for him until he came back. Stepping outside, he felt the cold air and focused on his main task. He decided to make another attempt at leveling up, knowing that at the moment he could only defeat a lone goblin. However, if he was lucky enough to encounter a monster he could defeat, he would not back down. There were frightening sounds coming from the city center. Screams, gunshots, and sounds of fighting were heard everywhere, making one wonder whether it was worth going in that direction. Suddenly, he noticed a strange movement in the distance. When he looked closely, he realized that he was looking at huge bees that were not just killing people, but were skewering them and dragging them away in an unknown direction. Akira's blood ran cold as he realized what was happening, and he realized that he now needed to be especially careful, as the threat could come not only from the ground, but also from the air. As he continued on, he came across an alley where people were falling victim to carnivorous plants resembling Japanese ivy, which appeared to be capturing prey. He continued moving, hoping to meet a monster he could fight. Soon, his eyes were drawn to a strange creature that, at first glance, appeared to be a machine, but in reality was a monster rushing straight at him. Assessing the situation, he realized that there was nowhere to hide and prepared to attack. At the last moment, he managed to dodge. Breathing heavily, he realized that the monsters were appearing more frequently and that the time was rapidly approaching noon. Suddenly, a goblin appeared in his path, and he realized that the moment had come to fight. Akira cursed in irritation as he noticed the enemy's appearance. The instinctive urge to run flared up in his mind, but he immediately realized his mistake. Once again, giving in to habit, he almost forgot why he came out here in the first place. If you don't fight, your level won't increase, and without that, your chances of survival are rapidly decreasing. Having looked at the enemy, he noted that he was alone here and apparently did not have a weapon with him. This fight was an opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he rushed into the attack. The knife plunged into the creature's body. He aimed for the chest, then the throat, but even after several blows, the goblin continued to move. The vitality of these creatures seemed simply anomalous. The blade was meant to bring instant death, but the enemy continued to fight. Knowing he had to finish him off, Akira slashed across his throat with determination, hoping that this time the attack would be fatal. However, the resistance of the knife was noticeable. The goblin's skin was incredibly tough, and a standard kitchen blade was clearly not suitable for such a fight. In response, the goblin swung his hand, delivering a sharp blow. Akira felt a wave of pain roll through his body, but he wasn't going to back down. With fury, he plunged the knife in again, not giving the creature a chance to counterattack. Finally, the goblin sank to the ground, having lost his last strength. A feeling of victory swept over my consciousness. This fight was difficult, but he got through it. The system immediately notified about the level increase. Besides, the quest was progressing successfully. Breathing heavily, he felt fatigue gradually creeping up on him. Death had already overtaken him twice, and even now he could not say that he was used to it. Suddenly a voice was heard, weak, full of despair. Someone called for help. He tensed, listening, and then took a step forward. There really was a person somewhere nearby. The barely perceptible sound turned into an insistent call. The voice belonged to a girl who, barely able to stand on her feet, repeated the same words, desperately begging for salvation. When he saw her condition, something in his chest tightened. Suddenly a memory flashed in my head. Giant bees appeared before my eyes again, carrying people in an unknown direction. They were taken away for a reason. They didn't kill right away. They had a place to live, and that meant only one thing. These people served as supplies. He stood on the threshold of the goblin's lair. This situation was becoming critical, and Akira knew it. Things were going very badly, and if he didn't figure out how to get out, he would be eaten alive. His thoughts were racing, searching for a way out. He needed a distraction, a way to buy himself some time. Without thinking, he suddenly shouted about the UFO, hoping to confuse his enemies. However, a moment later, he realized that this was a bad idea. The goblins gave chase without hesitation. He ran as fast as he could, feeling fear spurring him on. From the outside, it looked like he was a member of the national athletics team, running at the limit of his abilities. Just a little more and he could break free. But suddenly, new goblins appeared ahead, blocking the way. This ruined all his plans. Realizing that his way was cut off, he quickly made the decision to break through the building. The second floor seemed like a good option for escaping through a window. However, as soon as he approached, new goblins appeared there too. The ring was closing in and there was no way out. He found himself surrounded on all sides, and the situation was becoming hopeless. His thoughts were confused, fear paralyzed his movements. He realized that he was doomed, because no matter what decision he made, there were too many opponents. However, there was one small positive in all this. He had the ability to resurrect, which meant that death would not be the final sentence. But at that moment, Nao's name popped into her mind. He had promised her that he would return alive, so he couldn't allow himself to die, even if it seemed like a spectacular ending. There was no plan of action, but he couldn't just stand around doing nothing. A thought flashed through his mind that he should have at least some skill from his status. There should be something that could help him deal with the situation. Memories came flooding back suddenly. When the system gave the opportunity to choose skills, they included analysis, body strengthening, and examination. Realizing suddenly that he had accumulated points, he knew there was no time for long deliberations. All he could do was place a bet on one option and hope for luck. It was a do-or-die moment. He chose the skill of strengthening the body. Concentrating all his strength in his fist, he struck. The result was stunning. With just one blow, he was able to destroy several goblins at once. Shock and awe washed over him. He couldn't believe how powerful this skill was. Adrenaline rushed to his head and he felt almost invincible. Laughter burst out of itself, filled with delight. It was incredible. One skill could change the situation so dramatically. But the battle was not over yet. The goblins were still there, and there was no point in retreating. He accepted the challenge, determined to fight to the very end. The system instantly responded to his actions by giving him a new title, Sworn Enemy of the Goblins. When it was all over, he realized that he had broken through. He had indeed managed to knock out all of his opponents, leaving no one alive. He realized with relief that he had succeeded. The goblins were no longer a source of fear. The system reported a level increase, and he saw that his rank had risen straight from 2nd to 6th. His stats had also improved significantly. His vitality had increased by 10, his muscle strength by 25, and his stamina by 24. However, his joy was dampened a bit when he realized that he had expected more. Despite killing so many creatures, his level had not increased as much as he thought, which was a bit disappointing. The system notified him of the completion of the E-Class quest. All 100 goblins had been defeated, and he had received his well-deserved reward. At first, he didn't believe that the quest was completed. However, when he analyzed the situation, he realized that everything was calculated correctly. There really were an incredible number of goblins. Moreover, he was still entitled to a trophy, but now was not the time to deal with that. He decided to see later what exactly he had received and switched to the reward for completing the task. The system reported that he had received 10 points for the E-Class quest, and as an additional reward, he had received a bronze trophy. Moreover, for completing the first quest, he had been granted a privilege that gave him 2 additional points. When he saw the overall result, he couldn't contain his emotions. He ended up with 12 points. When he added this to the points he got for leveling up, the total came to 16. Joy overwhelmed me. He now had enough points to purchase several skills at once, which greatly increased his chances of survival. As he carefully examined his new abilities, he discovered that the title Goblin's Arch-Enemy gave him a small bonus. His damage against goblins increased by 3%, giving him an extra edge in future battles. However, the title also had a downside. The hostility of the goblins had increased by 20%, which meant that they would now hunt him even more fiercely. Akira looked at his stats and realized he had 16 points at his disposal. He could distribute them among different abilities, but he wanted to choose something that would actually be useful. Weapon and armor crafting sounded good, but disorganization and using monster materials seemed more necessary. However, such skills were time-consuming and likely quite expensive. In terms of safety, it would be useful to be able to detect danger in advance and conduct reconnaissance of the enemy. However, skills did have levels, so it was possible to develop them gradually. While thinking, Akira pressed on the body strengthening. The system immediately displayed the information. Body strengthening, level 2, passive skill that increases muscle strength, endurance, and speed. The effect depends on the skill level. 20 points were required to increase the skill. Seeing this, he immediately realized that he was right in his guess. The second level of body strengthening existed, but it required too many resources. 20 points was an unbearable price at the moment. Unable to take out a loan or anything like that, he wondered where he could get the missing 4 points. Should he endure new trials, if even the previous fights had been difficult for him? However, he could not postpone the choice, and he made a final decision. The system has confirmed the acquisition of the analysis skill. Now it was impossible to get additional experience points from goblins, as their number had already been exhausted. However, the new skill allowed him to assess the strength of opponents and fight more consciously, reducing the risk. He decided to save the remaining points for future body strengthening. Deciding to test the new skill, he activated analysis. The information appeared before his eyes. Goblin, level 3, vitality 12, muscular strength 10, endurance 10, speed 5, magical power 2, luck 1. Information about the individual and its skills were not displayed due to insufficient analysis. After reading the data, Akira realized that the goblin's resilience was almost on par with his own. This discovery explained why they were so resilient. It was already getting light outside. An anxious thought about now flashed through my head. Too much time had passed, and it was unknown what was happening to her now. His thoughts were interrupted when he encountered 2 gray wolves. The system instantly gave out the information. Gray wolf, level 13, vitality 18, muscular strength 30, endurance 30, speed 50, magical power 15, luck 10. Upon seeing this data, he instantly realized that the wolves had characteristics that were much higher than his own. He began to doubt whether he could cope in a fight against them. However, to his surprise, the wolves ran away without even trying to attack. This behavior puzzled him. The only explanation that came to mind was that he was now radiating such power that even animals felt threatened. However, there was no point in relaxing. There was a strange silence all around, broken only by his own steps. No shots, no screams, not even signs of the presence of monsters. Gradually, bad feelings began to creep in. A moment later, he heard distant sounds. When he looked towards the source of the noise, his breath caught. A minotaur appeared in front of him. The thought instantly flashed through my head that it was this creature that had changed the situation in the city. He was still at a decent distance, and there was still the possibility of running. The body tensed in indecision. However, he couldn't leave it like that. He had a chance to win. By activating the analysis, he quickly obtained the data. Boss Minotaur, level 45. Vitality 112, muscle power 190, endurance 78, speed 110, magic power 40, luck 44. The difference was catastrophic. The Minotaur's strength was several times greater than his own. The number of goblins he had previously defeated was nothing compared to this creature. The realization of one's own powerlessness pierced his consciousness. In his eyes, he looked like nothing more than prey. The Minotaur did not hesitate and rushed to attack. He rushed towards him with frightening speed. The blow was crushing. Akira didn't have time to dodge, and the monster's blow threw him a great distance away. A sharp, tearing pain pierced his body, causing every cell to shudder from the unbearable sensations. The blow dealt by the enemy threw him back, and his muscles seemed to refuse to obey. His thoughts were confused, his breathing was ragged, and his limbs were filled with heaviness. It was impossible to even imagine how he could deal with such an opponent. When the difference in strength seemed insurmountable, the brain frantically tried to find a way out, but the answer was obvious. The only option was to run away, since continuing the fight meant inevitable death. My mind was torn between fear and despair. but one thought cut through everything else. I needed to get back to now immediately, while there was still some chance to do so. As soon as this idea took shape in my head, an alarm signal pierced the system. The global reversal rate has exceeded 1%, causing the monster to partially regain its original strength. The phrase sounded like a death sentence, making me forget about the pain and fatigue for a second. The brain desperately tried to comprehend the meaning of what was said, but understanding did not come. The global reversal rate suddenly became a key factor in what was happening. The restoration of the enemy's original strength meant that the situation only worsened. The system did not provide answers to these questions, leaving him in a frightening uncertainty. However, there was no time to think, because the Minotaur appeared right in front of him again. Only a moment passed, but the distance between them disappeared, as if it had never existed. Events developed with terrifying speed, leaving no time to react. The realization of what was happening came too late. Akira's inner voice exploded in a panicked scream, but it was no longer possible to change anything. The system instantly returned updated data, mercilessly confirming the worst fears. The Minotaur boss has now reached level 80. His vitality increased to 273. Muscular strength increased to 375, making the blows even more destructive. Endurance rose to 213, and speed now reached 192. Magic power and luck also increased significantly, making the creature virtually invincible. The monster has become even more powerful than before, leaving almost zero chances of survival. All characteristics have increased several times, making the difference in strength even more absurd. Any attempt to resist was pointless, because it was impossible to defeat the enemy. The system calmly recorded the fourth death, confirming that this battle was the last. Akira turned his attention to Nao, saying her name with surprise. He stepped forward decisively and hugged her tightly, feeling the warmth of her body. Nao, suddenly finding herself in his arms, shouted his name with surprise and some confusion, clearly not expecting such a thing. Akira, hearing her voice, froze, his face expressing genuine bewilderment, since he never expected to see Nao here. Nao, quickly recovering from her shock, hit him hard, not holding back her irritation, clearly angry at what he did. She made no secret of her indignation, as she loudly voiced her displeasure, calling him a fool and scolding him for even doing such a thing. Her voice was tense as she continued to speak, pointing out that if anyone had seen them at this moment, the situation could have become extremely awkward and even dangerous. After that, she sighed heavily, as if trying to cope with her emotions, and decided not to continue the argument, suggesting to leave this topic and move on to another question. Then she asked if they were going to go home now, as if wanting to forget this moment as soon as possible. Akira stood motionless, suddenly realizing a terrible truth that made him shudder inside. He suddenly realized that he had already been killed in the past, and now he was faced with this nightmare again. He mentally scolded himself for allowing this to happen, realizing that he had once again found himself in a situation from which there seemed to be no way out. A crushing sense of helplessness washed over him as he realized that even at level 45 this monster was too powerful to defeat. And then he remembered something even more terrifying. That same monster had somehow reached level 80, becoming even more invincible. Akira couldn't understand how exactly he had become stronger, and this question haunted him. But then his memory caught one moment, a strange phenomenon that happened just before his death. He began to think, trying to remember the details, and suddenly realized that the global reversal rate somehow affected the strength of the monsters. This guess became more and more obvious when he remembered that the system had recorded an excess of this coefficient by 1%. This happened, if he is not mistaken, around midday. The more he thought about it, the more he came to a frightening conclusion. Over time, the monsters really did become stronger, and this process was irreversible. Realizing that he had no chance of defeating them, he came to the final conclusion: he needed to save himself. Resistance was pointless, and the only option left was to escape, which might give him at least a small hope of survival. Akira turned to the driver and firmly stated the name of the city he was going to go to: Kanagawa. The driver responded briefly, confirming that he understood his instructions, and the car moved off. Akira sat there, lost in his own thoughts, thinking that he should get away from this damned city as soon as possible. The first thing he needed to do was to ensure his safety, to find a safe place where he could hide from the threat. But after that, he would definitely come back for now, because he couldn't leave her alone in this hell. This thought made him clench his fists tighter, as if strengthening his resolve to see it through to the end. The driver, suddenly breaking the silence, noticed something strange that caught his attention. He said that he had seen a wild boar in a place where such animals are extremely rare. Emphasizing the unusualness of what was happening, he added that it was extremely rare to see a wild boar enter a city. The system instantly activated and recorded the parameters of this creature, identifying it as a level 12th monster. His stats were as follows: vitality was 30, muscle strength was 40, endurance was 30, speed was 30, magic power was 2, and luck was 10. Akira suddenly felt a strange excitement, realizing that monsters had already begun to appear right in the city. A bad feeling crept into his soul, making him tense up. The next second, he felt a sharp jolt in his chest, as if something invisible was trying to warn him of danger. The driver, as if panicking, suddenly exclaimed, his voice sounding scared and tense. He pointed in horror at something ahead, clearly shocked by what he saw. Akira turned his head to the side he was looking at, his eyes widening in shock. The system instantly responded to the new threat, instantly identifying the appearance of a monster in front of them, a level 37 orc. Its parameters were significantly higher than those of a boar and looked threatening. Vitality reached 93 units. Muscular strength was 105. Endurance was 123. Speed was 104. Magical power was 30, and luck was 30. Akira instantly realized that the situation was out of control and loudly ordered the driver to press the gas pedal immediately. His voice rose to a scream, demanding that they speed up as quickly as possible. But it was all in vain. The huge orc delivered one crushing blow. The machine shattered into pieces, and everyone inside died along with it. But the next moment, he was back in the office, as if time had been rewound. He realized that he had chosen the wrong city to escape to, and now the only way out was to go even further, as far away from this place as possible. Without wasting any time, he boarded the train, hoping that it would help him escape. But soon, the passengers began to scream in fear. People around them began to panic, some exclaimed, not understanding what was happening. They noticed that the train began to tilt strangely, which looked scary. The system registered the appearance of a new monster, a level 70 giant boss. Its parameters were even more terrifying than those of previous monsters. Vitality was 555 units, muscle strength 400, endurance 450, speed 120, magic power 50, luck 50. This giant destroyed the entire train with its passengers in one blow. Akira found himself back in the past, realizing that he couldn't escape. Neki. This city belonged to monsters. He had no choice but to despair. No matter where he ends up, he will still be found and killed. Even if he tries to hide rather than run away, he will still be discovered eventually. Death will become inevitable, but each time after it, he will be resurrected again. This nightmare did not stop, repeating itself over and over again. He realized with pain that his resurrection was not a gift, but an endless curse that did not give him a single chance for peace. There was no end to it, and this whole endless cycle was a real hell. The sound of a voice pulled him out of his dark thoughts. Now called out to him worriedly, her voice filled with anxiety, trying to make sure he was okay. Akira, without looking up, answered her in a muffled voice. He briefly stated that he was leaving, without specifying where exactly. But a new thought was already forming in his head, one he hadn't considered before. He suddenly realized that he had never tried one obvious solution. If he killed himself, maybe this endless hell would finally end. The more he thought about it, the more logical it seemed. He was sure it would work. Without wasting any time, he climbed onto the roof of a tall building. Standing at the very edge, he looked down indifferently. His lips twitched as he whispered a short prayer. He begged the Lord to give him the opportunity to die. But before he could take a step forward, a scream was heard behind him. A voice full of anger and horror pierced the silence. Now, her eyes wide, rushed towards him, loudly demanding an explanation. She demanded to know what the hell he was doing. Akira jumped in surprise, not expecting to see her here. He stuttered her name, hardly believing his eyes. Akira tried to understand why she was here. Now didn't give him time to think. Her voice was firm and brooked no argument as she ordered him to come closer. She left him no choice, insisting that he step away from the edge immediately. Akira was still in slight shock, but his instincts made him ask a question. He asked if she was okay. Nao looked away, taking a deep breath. She quietly admitted that it wasn't a fear of heights. Nao said that she had never liked them, but that wasn't the point. She then added that following him was the right decision. Akira lowered his head, at a loss for words. But he still tried to justify himself. He said quietly that he had simply gone out onto the roof to get some fresh air. Nao changed the subject, trying to distract him. She asked if he had any plans for the near future. After a short pause, she added that they hadn't gone out for a drink together in a long time. She ended by casually saying that it was an order from her boss. Later, Nao asked for 2 large glasses of beer. After that, she turned to Akira and suggested that he not be modest but drink as much as he could. Akira, hearing her words, replied that he was not in the mood to drink. He added that he considered this activity completely pointless. Nao, looking at him carefully, said that only in this case he would have a choice, to go home, jump out of the window, or do something else that might come to his mind. She emphasized that if he emptied his mug faster than she did, then they would have to come to an agreement. Akira, after thinking for a moment, agreed. Nao raised her glass and offered to drink it down. Akira, watching her, mentally noted how fast this girl was. Nao noted with a slight smile that it had been a long time since they had had a chance to talk calmly. She remembered that they used to talk often on the way home from school clubs. Then, giggling, she decided to remind him of the time he lost an application during his first days on the job. She noted that he acted as if something terrible had happened, and his scared face looked funny. Akira, a little embarrassed, admitted that everything really was just like that. He tried to say something else, but Nao, looking at him intently, suddenly added that even now his face expressed the same frightened expression. She asked him with slight concern what had happened to him. Nao admitted that she was worried about him not only as a boss, but also as a person. Akira sighed and then looked away and said that if he said that within the next few hours the world would be destroyed by monsters, would she believe him? Nao frowned, surprised by his words, and asked if he had any evidence. Akira confirmed that the evidence does indeed exist. He said that in a few minutes, images from a website should appear live on air, showing a dragon discovered in China. Nao, hearing this, was taken aback at first, and then repeated his words, asking if he was really talking about a dragon. She added nervously that perhaps he was referring to the very same incident that they had already begun to talk about. There was confusion in her voice as she demanded to know how he knew about it. She suggested that he might be psychic. Akira calmly replied that this was not entirely true. He noted that although her guess was correct in a sense, in reality he was simply forced to live his life in this world over and over again. He admitted that the reason for everything that was happening was one special skill. Nao, hearing this, frowned slightly and asked again what he meant by some skill. Akira suggested that she conduct a small experiment. He asked her to pronounce the word status. Nao, still confused, repeated the word. A moment later, her eyes widened, surprised by what had happened. She was stunned and said that some strange information appeared before her eyes and expressed doubts that it was a hallucination. Nao added that she had not yet drunk enough to start having visions. Akira firmly stated that this was not a hallucination at all. He explained that in front of her was her own status, which only she could see. Akira added that due to the peculiarities of his own status, he had a skill that allowed him to resurrect infinitely. He then asked if she believed him now. Nao was silent for a moment, processing what was said. Finally, she nodded, saying that she now understood why he was so depressed. Nao added that his so-called resurrection skill was probably the reason for his suffering. Akira confirmed that this is exactly the case. After a short pause, Nao asked how many times he had already gone through this. Akira calmly replied that he had lived through this day 15 times so far. Nao let out a quiet breath, shocked by his words. She noted that this was indeed too many times. After that, Nao carefully asked what happened to the people when monsters started appearing in this world. Akira admitted that he couldn't answer this question for sure. However, he noted that at least the inhabitants of this city inevitably perish at the hands of a monster known as the Minotaur. He also added that he himself had never lived past noon on that day. Neo became wary and asked why midday was the fatal moment for him. Akira explained that after this time, all monsters that appear in the world begin to receive a boost. He clarified that, regardless of whether the person has disappeared from the monster's sight or not, the enhanced Minotaur invariably finds its victim and kills it. Akira added that after such a death, he inevitably returns to the past and is forced to live that day again. He confessed that no matter how many times he tried, he could not truly die, and this nightmare continued over and over again. He said in a weak voice that he didn't know what to do anymore. Akira admitted that no matter how high a level or skill he got, it all became meaningless due to the endless power-up of monsters. He said in despair that he couldn't get out of this hell and saw no point in talking to anyone about it. Akira wearily asked her to just leave him alone. Now narrowed her eyes, looking at him carefully, and then suddenly ordered him to sit back down immediately. She firmly stated that their conversation was not over yet. Akira looked at her in surprise, and then mentally noted that it looked like she had drunk too much. He was amazed that even despite their serious conversation, the alcohol began to affect her. Neo shook her head slowly and with slight irritation said that he was a complete idiot. Then, hesitantly, she asked if he had ever tried anything in particular. Akira became embarrassed and asked again what exactly she was talking about. Now, despite being noticeably drunk, firmly said that he should have tried to defeat the Minotaur before it received its power-up. Akira, suddenly realizing that he hadn't even thought about this option, was slightly confused. He quietly admitted that he had never tried it. Neo suddenly exclaimed, expressing extreme dissatisfaction. Her voice shook with indignation as she demanded to know why he hadn't even tried to defeat the Minotaur. Akira took a deep breath and replied with a gloomy expression. He admitted that he simply saw no hope for the future, even if he managed to defeat the Minotaur. There was a tired note in his voice as he explained that the neighboring village was already full of orcs. Akira then added that there was a giant monster lurking in another city nearby, and even if he dealt with one threat, it would inevitably happen again. Now, hearing these words, tensed up and then clenched her fists angrily. She raised her voice sharply, accusing him of giving up so easily. There was irritation and desperation in her words, as she said that she would not let him give up so easily. She firmly stated that she would knock all this defeatist mood out of him. However, the words stuck in her throat, and she repeated the same thing several times, haltingly, as if she could not find the right words. Akira slowly shook his head and asked her to stop with a tired voice. He said quietly that he no longer had the strength to fight. His voice was dejected as he admitted that the only thing he wanted was to just die right now. Akira admitted that he did not want to live in a world where he had to exist alone, among monsters and endless death. Neo suddenly burst into tears, her shoulders shaking from the emotions that overwhelmed her. She tried her best to hold back her sobs, but her voice was still filled with pain as she asked him not to say that again. Through her tears, she managed to say that he was not alone, now added firmly that it did not matter what world or time they were in. She will always be on his side. Akira lowered his head, his face contorted with an internal struggle. He exhaled and whispered barely audibly that he had left her to die anyway. Now quickly wiped away her tears and spoke with renewed determination. She firmly said that he should not worry about her. Neo then added that if they could eventually laugh and drink together again, that would be fine with her. She admitted that no matter how hard it was, she would still support him. After that, she sternly told him that he should no longer talk about death in front of her. Her voice trembled, but there was genuine concern in it. At the end of her speech, she called him an idiot, but there was no anger in her words, only pain and anxiety. Akira suddenly froze, realizing something important. He mentally reproached himself for the fact that during all this time, despite countless deaths, he had forgotten one important thing again and again. He remembered his previous decision. He had sworn to protect this girl, but instead he had given in to despair again. Now, noticing his confusion, looked at him sullenly. Then she repeated that he should not say things like, "I want to die." Akira flinched when he heard her voice. He looked at her and was surprised to realize that she was still crying. He tried to say something, but was at a loss. Now wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and muttered that she had been too naughty. Akira chuckled as he looked at her. He gently told her not to be so upset and asked if she needed some water to sober up a bit. Nao nodded, admitting that she did indeed need water. Akira, barely holding back his laughter, pointed at her face and noticed that she had a runny nose. Nao sighed heavily and muttered quietly that she looked ugly again. Akira, no longer able to restrain himself, laughed loudly. He noted with a sincere smile that she could be ridiculously frank. Nao snorted indignantly, stating that the phrase about stupidity was unnecessary. Then she added sharply that he should be more serious. Akira suddenly stopped laughing and slowly straightened up. There was a look of determination in his eyes as he firmly stated that he would fight the Minotaur. Nao, hearing this, she said that she would then go with him. Akira shook his head and confidently said that until he could defeat the Minotaur on his own, he couldn't put her in danger. His voice was calm but firm as he wondered how many more times he would have to live through this life before he achieved victory. Nao was silent for a moment, then sighed and slowly said that then this was the real her breaking up with him. Akira felt his heart clench, but he still managed to nod. Trying to remain calm, he looked into her eyes and firmly promised that one day, even though he didn't know when, he would definitely save her. Nao smiled quietly, looked at him and nodded. She briefly said that she would wait. Later, Akira looked away, and a single thought flashed through his mind. This city will inevitably be destroyed by the Minotaur sooner or later. If he doesn't find a way to prevent this future, both he and Nao will die. But now he gave himself his word that he would not run away anymore. He firmly decided that, no matter what it took, he would defeat the Minotaur at any cost. Akira realized that his current level was too low to fight the Minotaur, and so even attempting to engage him in combat was pointless. He came to the conclusion that he needed to level up before he could even consider taking on such an opponent. The system displayed his current stats, showing that he was at level 8. His vitality was 15, his muscular strength was 30, his endurance was 24, his speed was 19, and his luck was 9. He had 13 points he had received, which he could distribute as he saw fit. In addition, he had a special resurrection skill, as well as body fortification and analysis skills. He also had the Goblin Racial bonus, which increased damage by 3%. Akira reflected on his recent achievements and realized that by using 10 bronze trophies, he had managed to increase his vitality by 5. However, the goblins could no longer serve as a means of leveling up, as they no longer gave him enough experience. He needed to find a new opponent that was close to his own level. He assumed that there must be a monster in the area that was suitable for battle, and decided to go looking for it. Suddenly, a garbage can rolled in front of him, which made him wary. He immediately wondered what could have caused it to move. He considered several options, including the possibility of encountering a monster or a goblin. The thought even flashed through his mind that perhaps he should immediately destroy the source of the suspicious movement, just in case. However, when he looked more closely, he discovered that inside was not a monster, but a girl. She suddenly rushed to him, begging for help. Akira didn't immediately understand what was going on, but after a short conversation he found out that the girl was looking for her younger sister. And she said that she and her mothers were heading to a shelter, but on the way she lost her sister and decided to go back to find her. However, a monster appeared on her way, and she had to hide. Akira was surprised that she had chosen a trash can as a hiding place. He couldn't help but notice the strangeness of the situation. However, after looking into the details, he noticed that the girl was pressing too tightly against him, making it difficult to move. The frightened girl began to make excuses and admitted that she was experiencing such intense fear that she could not even control her physiological reactions. Akira sharply objected, stating that he was only 25 years old and could not be considered an uncle. Then his attention was drawn to a crow flying past, and he tried to calm the girl, persuading her to release her hands, since in case of sudden danger, he would not be able to act effectively. Although he tried to understand what was happening, his thoughts were elsewhere. He knew that his first priority was to level up, and any delays like this would only distract him from his main goal. Despite this, he decided to find out why the girl went in search of her sister, Despite the strong fear she felt, she admitted that when she thought about her little sister crying alone, she couldn't just stand there and do nothing. That's why she felt the need to find her sister at all costs, even though she was scared. Suddenly, Akira noticed something suspicious ahead. He drew the girl's attention to the danger, pointing out a man-eating plant whose tongues posed a deadly threat. Akira explained that if you step on these tendrils, they will immediately wrap around the victim's body and pull her inside. However, he also noted that if you do not touch them, you can pass by without consequences. He suggested that the girl pull herself together and carefully approach him. Frightened, she admitted that her legs were numb and she could not move. Akira tried to cheer her up and urged her to pull herself together. Suddenly, the girl lost her balance, but he managed to catch her before she fell. She expressed her sincere gratitude to him for his help, and he realized that this path would be much more difficult than he'd expected. Suddenly, the girl screamed in fright. Akira, alert, turned his attention to the source of her anxiety. The girl pointed to the backpack that belonged to her sister May. A moment later, they noticed Mai herself, who was already completely entangled in the man-eating plant. The system immediately analyzed the monster and provided its characteristics. The creature was level 9 and had a vitality of 15, a muscular strength of 22, an endurance of 20, a speed of 17, a magic power of 8, and a luck of 3. The girl, overcome with panic, screamed her sister's name loudly. Akira demanded that she retreat back immediately, as if she were within the monster's reach. Her life would be in grave danger. Despite this, she refused to leave, desperately begging for help for her sister. Realizing that there was no time to hesitate, he ordered her to remain still and immediately attacked the monster. However, the plant turned out to be stronger than he expected, and with a powerful blow, threw him straight into the wall. Akira realized that a single expedition against the goblins was not enough. If he continued at this rate, everyone around him would be doomed to die. Suddenly, the girl rushed forward, loudly shouting a battle cry. Akira was shocked by her recklessness, as the monster could destroy her in an instant. But she, overcoming her own fear, tried to calm her sister, assuring her that she would definitely save her. Mai's strength was rapidly fading, but she still managed to quietly pronounce her sister's name. Akira took advantage of this moment and struck the plant again. The system informed him that his level had increased from 8 to 9. He realized that he had only been able to win because the monster's consciousness had been distracted by other people. At that moment, he thought for the first time that saving others was not such a useless thing. The girl thanked him, apologizing sincerely and promising that she would never forget his kindness. Akira tried to explain that he hadn't done anything special, but he didn't have time to finish. Before his eyes, both girls were killed. He was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. The system immediately reported the data on the new enemy. The ogre had a level of 22, vitality of 45, muscular strength of 70, endurance of 20, speed of 18, magic power of 16, and luck of 8. Akira knew that fighting the ogre was pointless, as the level difference between them was too great. He knew that the only way out of the situation was to run. However, despite the logic of this decision, he suddenly found himself unable to move. His mind screamed at him to run, but his body wouldn't obey. The realization grew inside him that he couldn't just turn his back on his opponent. He didn't know who he was at that moment, but escape seemed impossible. The monster launched an attack, directing all its power at Akira. Akira felt how hard and fast the blow was. He knew that if the ogre hit him right, he would die. However, he also noticed that the monster had weak defense. Despite the significant difference in levels, he did not lose his composure. The confidence inside him that he could win grew stronger. However, suddenly his dagger gave way and was broken. Akira realized that if the ogre could destroy the entire goblin expedition, then he should be able to destroy him in return. Gathering all his strength, he delivered a powerful punch. At first, he thought the attack had succeeded. However, a moment later, he noticed that the monster's regeneration had activated. This realization caught him off guard. He tried to dodge, but was too late. The ogre struck back and Akira was thrown aside. Feeling pain all over his body, he realized how cruel this world was. However, it was this cruelty that gave him the strength not to give up. Gathering his remaining strength, he lifted the fuel truck and threw it at the monster. There was a powerful explosion, illuminating the area with bright flames. Akira noticed that the ogre had shrunk noticeably after this attack. This time his regeneration had failed. He realized that even plant monsters were vulnerable to fire, and this was a pattern he could exploit. The system informed him that his level had increased from 9 to 15. However, despite this significant growth, he realized that he was still too weak. He felt helpless because he could not protect those who were dear to him. Wanting to become stronger, he called up the status menu. The system displayed the changes. His body strengthening skill had reached level 2. This passive skill now provided a boost to muscle strength, stamina, and speed, and the amount of boost depended on the level. The system suggested spending 20 points received to increase the skill level. Akira confirmed the improvement, thus acquiring the second level of body strengthening. Feeling a new strength within him, he made a final decision. He vowed that he would try to change this corrupt and cruel world. The system updated his stats. Vitality increased to 22, muscle strength increased to 37, endurance reached 31, speed increased to 26, and luck increased to 16. Akira felt the moment approaching. He stood there waiting, when the monster suddenly attacked him. Gathering all his strength, he delivered a single blow that instantly destroyed the enemy. He realized that if he waited for medium-sized monsters correctly, they could be easily defeated by using advantageous tactical moments. The system notified him of a level increase. He had finally achieved it after much effort. During this period, he had already died 3 times, but he continued to rise higher. The total level had reached 25, and the accumulated 10 points were waiting to be distributed. However, this was not enough to increase the level of body fortification. He knew that once he reached the 3rd level of body fortification, he would be able to defeat the Minotaur. The system updated his parameters. His vitality was now 32. His muscular strength had increased to 77. His stamina had increased to 71. His speed had reached 66. And his luck had increased to 26. In addition to the 3% racial bonus of goblins, he now had similar buffs against wolf packs and plant-class monsters. Akira thought about how the leveling up had become much slower after reaching level 20. Even though he only managed to level up 1 level, it took him over 10 hours. He knew that the fastest way to get points was through quest rewards. However, the main quest directly required defeating the Minotaur. He did not understand why, after clearing out the goblins, there were no more quests related to small monsters. There were no creatures left in the city that could be a worthy opponent for him, except for the Minotaur. He began to wonder if there were any other useful skills that could speed up his development. His gaze fell on one of them, and an idea flashed through his mind. The system displayed a skill called Magic Circuit. It required 5 points to acquire. It was a passive skill that allowed living beings who were originally incapable of magic to master it. Magic ability was determined by the number of magic circuits created in the body, and its effectiveness was dependent on the skill level. Akira felt that this was exactly what he thought. The system confirmed the acquisition of the skill, and he immediately noticed a change in his status. He had magical power. He came to the conclusion that if he could raise this skill and combine it with another suitable skill, he could be on par with a Minotaur even at level 30. There were still 5 levels to go, and he was ready to move on. The process continued. The system registered several deaths, 19th, 21st, 23rd. However, for these battles, he received a bronze trophy and the title of Hunter. He felt that he would achieve his goal in just a little while. Giving up was not an option for him. He was determined to defeat the Minotaur and save now. The system announced a level increase from 29 to 30. Akira returned to the past. Nao appeared in front of him and looked at him in surprise. She couldn't believe that he ignored his boss so much. However, when Nao looked at him more closely, she was shocked. She couldn't understand when he became so strong. Akira looked at her with gratitude. He admitted that it was only because of her words that he was able to hold out until this moment. All this time he had resisted without taking a single step back, and now he wanted to express his sincere gratitude. Nao didn't understand why he was suddenly saying such things. He asked her not to leave work, even if chaos broke out outside the building. It was important to him that she stay where she was until everything was over. She wanted to know what he was talking about, but he didn't explain. He just said that it was time for him to go. Nao tried to stop him, but he had already made his choice. The system updated his stats. His vitality was now 37. His muscular strength was 82. His stamina was 76. His speed was 71. His magic power was 6. and his luck was 31. In addition to the existing bonuses, another one was added. Now it dealt additional damage to beast-like monsters. Akira considered his situation. He had no weapon, and the only possible way to fight was hand-to-hand combat. He decided to take one more skill before heading into the final battle. As he passed the street, he saw familiar scenes. 2 men complaining that they shouldn't have drunk so much. The couple argued, and the girl said that she couldn't stand it anymore and was breaking up. The guy tried to stop her, assuring her that he loved her more than anyone else. Kira looked at this and remembered. It all started right here. The system has registered a new quest. It involved fighting the monster that had once killed him. It was a C-class quest, and its condition was to destroy the Minotaur. Akira felt a familiar, frightening atmosphere. He knew he came to get even. His arms and legs were shaking. Memories of pain and fear came flooding back with renewed vigor. Despite all this, he had no other choice. He launched an attack. Now he understood the Minotaur's attack pattern. Gathering all his strength, he delivered the first blow with his fist. This was just the beginning. A fierce battle began. Now looked out the window, trying to figure out what exactly was going on outside. Her gaze lingered on the street where something unusual was clearly happening, making her wonder about the possible reasons for what was happening. At that moment, Akira's words came back to her mind, insistently advising her not to leave her workplace, even if something strange or dangerous started outside. He warned her against any impulsive action, making it clear that the consequences could be serious. As Nao pondered this, she couldn't shake the uneasy thought that something had happened to Akira. The anxiety grew, and possible explanations for his words and what was happening outside the window were spinning in her head. At this time, Akira himself waged a brutal and exhausting battle against the Minotaur, entering into a deadly confrontation with him. His body was already feeling the effects of numerous attacks, but the fight continued. In the midst of the fight, he realized that he had figured out his opponent's attack pattern, being able to calculate his movements. However, even with this knowledge, he was unable to completely dodge another blow. The Minotaur's powerful attack caught Akira, knocking him off his feet and throwing him aside. The force of the blow was so great that even the slightest touch of the enemy felt like a destructive wave. After analyzing his own and others' parameters, Akira realized that the Minotaur's muscular strength reached 190, while his own stamina was only 76. This meant that if the monster dealt a truly serious blow, he would not survive. Akira came to the inevitable conclusion that his powers were at their limit. The only chance to survive this fight was to use a special skill that could give him at least some advantage. At that moment, the system activated the skill, indicating that the sprint ability had been used. Its duration was exactly 60 seconds, and it was this period that decided the outcome of the battle. By activating the ability, Akira was able to dodge another enemy attack despite its overwhelming power. The speed with which he moved allowed him to minimize losses and maintain balance during the fight. Realizing that the Minotaur had too much momentum in its attacks, he focused on using the skill optimally. He knew that the key to survival was to make minimal movements that could reduce the force of the blow. Focusing all his concentration on one precise moment, Akira launched a swift strike straight into the enemy's body, counting on the element of surprise. After receiving an unexpected result from the strike, he came to the conclusion that sprint not only increased his speed, but also made his movements much more efficient. This gave him the opportunity to guess that the skill provided not only acceleration, but also the potential to strengthen attacks. He realized that the magic power gained through the ability Magic Circuit now played a key role in the battle, as sprint used it as a resource. Despite this, he knew that the 60-second limit was a strict limitation, forcing him to end the fight before the skill expired. Prolonging the battle was an unaffordable luxury. The system detailed the properties of the skill, confirming that it consumed the owner's magic power, increasing speed for 1 minute. The amount of acceleration was directly related to the skill level and the amount of magic in the status after activation. Akira continued to strike, but even after so many attacks, he noticed that they did not bring a decisive effect. His strength was gradually fading, and the ability's duration was inexorably approaching its end. Realizing that once sprint wore off he would have no chance of winning, he forced himself to find another way to end the fight. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind that could be the deciding factor. He thought that despite the enemy's incredible strength, even he must have a weakness. The guy came to the conclusion that the Minotaur's strength was great, but he did not know whether it would be able to withstand a collision with a metal frame. This could be the last chance to win. Gathering all his remaining strength, he put all his power into one last, most powerful blow aimed at ending the battle. The attack achieved its goal, and the result was exactly what he had expected. The crushing blow left the Minotaur's body pierced by the metal frame, rendering him unable to continue the fight. Akira, feeling the tension gradually subside, realized that the plan had worked, and the fight had come to an end. Akira exhaled heavily, realizing that he had finally managed to defeat his enemy. Exhaustion washed over him, but the joy of victory overcame the fatigue. He noted to himself that he had finished the fight with great difficulty, but he had still managed it. Trying to regain his strength, he decided to take a short rest, after which he planned to return to Now. However, he was alarmed by the strange lack of a system notification about the completion of the quest. Before he had time to comprehend the situation, the Minotaur suddenly rose up, demonstrating that all the blows were not enough for final defeat. A realization flashed through his mind that things were going extremely badly, and that something terrible was approaching. The system at this point notified him of the reuse of the sprint skill, indicating that this time the remaining duration was 42.87 seconds. The Minotaur's thunderous cry tore through the air, shaking everything around, chilling everyone nearby to the very core. The city's inhabitants, hearing this roar, began to whisper anxiously among themselves, experiencing panic horror. They wondered what it was, and discussed terrible guesses with a shudder. Suddenly, something fell from the sky to the ground with incredible speed, causing panic among the witnesses. The frightened people tried to understand what exactly had happened, looking at the deep hole that had appeared on the ground. The first assumption was that a terrorist attack had taken place, and many were terrified, realizing the possible threat. However, as they got closer, some noticed that the fallen object was a person. There was a noise among those gathered. Some were calling for an ambulance. Some were trying to see if the fallen man was alive. Akira, stunned, tried to comprehend what had happened to him. A panicked thought flashed through his mind about whether he himself was alive. The sensation of his body was almost lost, and he realized that he could not move. Reflecting on what had happened, he belatedly realized that he had used sprint, but despite that, he had ended up in this state. A woman appeared in front of him, bending down to check his condition. With difficulty collecting his thoughts, he could only squeeze out a short warning order, telling her to run. Before she could react, the Minotaur appeared right in front of them again, announcing his presence with a terrifying silhouette. The residents, seeing the monster, were confused, not believing their eyes. Confused cries came from all sides. People in panic tried to understand what was happening, simultaneously experiencing fear and excitement. The unexpected appearance of the giant creature caused not only horror, but also genuine curiosity. Some did not even immediately realize the extent of the threat. A moment later, the Minotaur mercilessly killed the woman who was next to Akira, causing everyone around him to recoil in horror. The frightened residents began to run away in panic. Some screamed, some called the police, and some froze in shock. The police officers who appeared opened fire without hesitation, hoping to stop the monster, but their attacks did not bring the desired effect. Akira watched the events unfold, coming to the bitter realization that his defeat was inevitable. Thoughts flashed through his head that it was impossible for him to defeat this opponent. He remembered how he always failed at crucial moments, in the school club, at work, in love. A bitter realization of his own helplessness engulfed his consciousness, because it was his fault that people were dying. Panic despair washed over him. The realization that he was unable to protect anyone tore him apart from the inside. The Minotaur approached him, growling with terrifying force, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard, attracting the monster's attention. Nao entered the battle, boldly challenging the dangerous creature. Seeing her, Akira had difficulty pronouncing her name, not believing his eyes. The girl, despite her fear, declared that she was now his opponent. He realized that she had acted contrary to his warnings, breaking her earlier promise to stay safe. Despair gripped him even more, because he knew that now she, too, was doomed. Gathering all his strength, he tried to warn her, begging her to run away immediately while there was still a chance. However, Nao confidently replied that she was not going to back down, because caring for subordinates was the duty of a superior. The girl's words pierced his consciousness, forcing him to remember what he had been fighting for all this time. The realization flashed through his mind that if he couldn't move, Nao would die. Gathering all his resolve, he desperately tried to force himself to move, realizing that he would no longer allow anyone to take the person dear to him away. At this point, the system activated the sprint skill, indicating that the remaining duration was 0.96 seconds. Akira realized that in this one moment he had to put everything on the line. Akira was breathing hard, feeling his entire body engulfed in heat, as if he was burning from the inside. Exhaustion had taken over him completely, letting him know that he had long since exceeded his limits. However, despite everything, he remained conscious, knowing that he was still alive. The thought of Nao kept him from giving up, because he couldn't let her die. The remaining second was his last chance, and he was going to risk everything. The system notified that the sprint skill had been reused, showing that the remaining time had been reduced from 0.71 seconds to 0.63 seconds. At this moment, the Minotaur was almost touching Nao's head, threatening her with a fatal blow. Akira's mind flashed back to Nao's words from way back when she had asked him with warmth if something bad had happened to him and offered to talk to him if something was bothering him. She had said that even if all she could do was have a drink and laugh with him, that would be enough. Her words echoed in his head, reminding him of the promise he had made to her. In that moment, he had sworn that he would definitely save her one day, and she had replied with a smile that she would wait. This thought gave him renewed determination, and he realized that he still had time. Grabbing the Minotaur's weapon, he resolutely headed towards his enemy, fully focused on the final blow. The system updated the timer again, showing that the sprint was in its final fractions of a second. First, 0.03 seconds left, then 0.02, and finally 0.01 seconds. At that moment, Akira delivered the decisive blow, cutting down the Minotaur with one powerful movement. The silence that followed filled the space, and everyone who was watching this froze in shock. People could not believe their eyes. Realizing that the monster had been defeated, Nao stood in shock, unable to find words to express her emotions. The villagers, finally coming to their senses, began to talk, trying to comprehend what they had seen. They whispered among themselves, discussing with admiration that this man had actually defeated the terrible monster. The system has officially confirmed the completion of the C-Class quest, declaring victory over the Minotaur. As a reward for completing the task, 50 points were awarded, as well as a silver trophy for a major victory. Additionally, privileges were granted: an increase in vitality by 20 units, muscular strength by 25 units, and speed by 30 units. It was also confirmed that the Minotaur was a boss, and his defeat caused the global progression to slow down. Akira's level has increased from 30 to 38, and along with this, he has received 8 additional stat points. Akira's consciousness began to fade, but one last thought flashed through his mind. It was finally over. Nao rushed towards him in a panic, shouting his name without holding back her emotions. His strength finally left him, and he barely managed to whisper that she was alive before his body collapsed limply to the ground. Nao held him close with trembling hands, tears streaming down her cheeks as she whispered in despair why he had brought himself to this state. In a weak voice, Akira said that he wanted her to listen to him, as he explained what had happened before. However, before talking about something important, he suggested that they just have a drink together first. The system notified that the internal disorder imprinted in the soul had been overcome, and that a new effect had been added to the resurrection ability. The special skill has received an additional function, making system elements and inventory available with crypts. As a result of the monster invasion that engulfed both this country and the entire world, government institutions continued to disintegrate, losing their power and control over the situation. The number of victims that began to appear from the very beginning of the disaster had already exceeded 3 million, and this figure continued to rise steadily. The two men discussed their current situation, exchanging information about their levels and trying to figure out how good their chances of survival were. One of them asked the other about his level, and the other replied that he had reached level 7. In response, the other reported that his level was 6. As they pondered their prospects, they could not come to a clear conclusion about whether they would be able to survive this nightmare. One of them sighed, expressing disappointment, and remarked that it would be nice to team up with that guy who was nicknamed the Bull. The partner looked puzzled and asked again who he was talking about. Then the man explained that this nickname was the person who had been talked about since the appearance of the monsters. At that moment, their attention was drawn to a scene unfolding nearby. An unknown youth, possessing great strength, felled an unknown bull-like creature using a massive axe. One of the men remarked with admiration that most likely this so-called bull was still in this city. Now, concerned about her companion's condition, offered Akira an apple to eat. However, he declined and advised her to take advantage of the opportunity herself. Now, realizing the difficulty of obtaining food in the current circumstances, remarked that such food has become rare now, and if there is a chance to obtain it, it is better not to miss it. Hearing this, Akira felt grateful for her consideration and thanked her. Lying in bed, he reflected on the events of the last few days. 2 days had passed since the battle with the Minotaur, during which he had apparently been unconscious. According to Now, the hospital they took refuge in was protected by the country's self-defense forces, and at the moment it could be considered relatively safe. Thanks to internet users who managed to get online during the first day of the disaster, humanity quickly became aware of the existence of a system of levels and statuses. Over time, this phenomenon began to be perceived as something familiar. A lively discussion broke out online under one of the posts, with people discussing the new reality. One user expressed the opinion that talking about leveling up could turn a person into someone who no longer has any significance. Another user confirmed that the rumors were true and reported that there really is a status window. The discussion also included a question about whether others can see someone else's status. Another person expressed the incredible courage required to fight alone. Soon, someone admitted that they too began to see the very screen that was so much talked about. Akira, processing the information he had heard, decided to discuss the matter of levels with Now. However, when he spoke to her, he found that she had become distracted. She suddenly woke up and quickly apologized for her inattention. Then he, showing concern, asked about her well-being and advised her to get some sleep to restore her strength. In response, Now tried to assure him that everything was fine and said that she did not feel tired. However, after a few moments, she could not stand it any longer and fell asleep. Akira was lost in thought again, realizing that he had another problem to deal with, related to the rate of progression. The system informed him that the global reversal rate had reached 2.66%. According to his calculations, it had been 2 days since the last change, and the rate was increasing by 1% per day. However, previously 1% had accumulated in half a day, which indicated a significant decrease in the rate of progression. He concluded that this process was influenced by the slower rate of growth, caused by the fact that after defeating the monster, the dynamics of the coefficient change changed significantly. Akira came to the realization that if no one took on the task of destroying the bosses, the speed of the global turnaround would continue to increase, and with it, the strength of the monsters would increase. This would inevitably lead to the chances of defeating them decreasing. The situation called for decisive action, and someone had to take responsibility for eliminating the key threats. However, at the moment, he was the only person capable of handling this task. Despite this, he knew very well that he wasn't aiming to become a hero. Deep down, his only goal was to protect Now. If he could keep her alive, that would be enough. Suddenly, he noticed that Neo was lying next to him in the same bed. This caused him to feel confused, and thoughts immediately appeared in his mind about the girl suddenly approaching him. An inner turmoil overtook him, and he hesitantly uttered her name. However, in response, he heard only incoherent sounds that betrayed her deep sleep. Realizing that she was only talking in her sleep, he decided not to disturb her and let her rest peacefully. At the same time, he noticed that she emanated a pleasant smell, which he involuntarily caught. Meanwhile, he realized that his body was in a wounded state, and he needed to do something to restore it. Akira opened the system window to examine his stats, and detailed information about his current state appeared in front of him. The list of parameters included his name, as well as his basic physical stats. Vitality was 65, muscle strength was 115, endurance was at 84, speed was 99, and magic power was comparatively low at only 13. In addition, the luck indicator was listed at 39. Among the accumulated resources, there were 58 free points that could be spent on improving stats or acquiring new abilities. Of particular note was a special skill called Resurrection that stood out from the other abilities. In addition, the list of available system functions now included Inventory and Script, indicating that there were new possibilities to explore. Among the acquired skills were several useful ones. Body strengthening had reached the second level, providing additional enhancement of physical parameters. Analysis of the first level allowed collecting and processing information. Magic Scheme, which was at the same level, was most likely related to the use of magical abilities. Sprint, also at the first level, provided the ability to significantly increase the speed of movement. In addition, his stats displayed damage bonuses against certain types of opponents. When fighting goblins, he received a 3% damage increase, and a similar bonus was applied to battles with wolf packs. Against monsters belonging to the plant class, his attacks also became 3% stronger. And when facing beast-like monsters, his damage increased by 5%, which made him a more effective fighter against creatures of this type. After assessing his characteristics, he realized that despite his existing strengths, he still had to develop further in order to survive in this new dangerous world. Akira knew that there were difficult trials ahead that would require serious preparation. Despite his fatigue and doubts, he knew that he could not afford weakness, because not only his own future depended on his actions, but also the fate of those he sought to protect. Akira noticed that something new had appeared in his system. He noticed two unknown functions, an inventory and a script. It became obvious to him that they had appeared after the defeat of the Minotaur, but he did not understand what exactly they were. The inventory resembled the one in games, where you can store various items. He decided to check its operation by calling the interface. It turned out that a smartphone appeared in the inventory, but it did not disappear from his hands, as it could have happened in the game. Not fully understanding the principle of its operation, he deleted the item from the list. The next unknown function was the script. Trying to activate it was useless, as the system reported that it was not activated at the moment. Realizing that he couldn't use it yet and not receiving any explanation for its purpose, Akira decided not to dwell on it. He could deal with it later, when more information became available. Instead, he focused on what he was most looking forward to, using his accumulated points to acquire new skills. However, before he could do so, he noticed his magic power meter, which had unexpectedly been reduced. His gaze lingered on the mysterious brackets that seemed to display the original value. He also realized that the sprint skill does not restore the magic used, meaning that magic power is a scale that determines how many times certain skills can be used. This led him to the conclusion that skills that restore magic energy should be prioritized. Having made his decision, he spent the accumulated points to acquire new skills. Soon, the system notified him that 4 new skills had been successfully acquired: Magic Power Recovery Level 1, Automatic Regeneration Level 1, Body Strengthening Level 3, and Sixth Sense Level 1. Akira thought about checking how long it would take for the Magic Recovery skill to work. The system provided a description of the ability, saying that it was a passive skill that allowed one to replenish lost magic power over time. The speed of recovery depended on the skill level, making its development extremely important. After that, he switched to the second acquired skill, Automatic Regeneration, designed to restore physical strength. The system explained that this passive skill healed physical damage over time and restored the body to its original state. The speed of regeneration, as with magic, was directly dependent on the level of the ability. Listening to his sensations, he realized that the pain was gradually weakening, which meant that the regeneration was working effectively. Then he checked the third acquired skill, Body Strengthening, on which he spent a whole 30 points. The system demonstrated updated parameters. Vitality remained at the same level, but muscle strength increased by 50, endurance also increased by 50, and speed received a similar boost. Akira realized that with the third level of this skill, his body stats had improved significantly, and he could now fight even with enhanced monsters without the previous limitations. The last skill on the list was Sixth Sense. It was an unusual skill aimed at developing intuition, which could be useful in critical situations. Its cost was 12 points, which seemed quite high compared to other skills. The system explained that the Sixth Sense was a passive skill that granted the owner additional sensory abilities. With this skill, one could discern the true nature of things that could not be perceived by normal senses. The strength of this skill depended on the user's level, and further development could open up new possibilities. After analyzing his acquisitions, Akira found that he only had 2 points left. He considered using them to increase the power of Sprint, which consumed magical energy. When he tried to invest the remaining points into the stat, he was surprised to find that the increase was 6 points, which was significantly higher than he expected. This allowed him to understand that 1 point was not always equivalent to 1 point of enhancement, and he could more flexibly shape his body depending on his needs. This fact made him wonder if he should focus solely on physical performance, turning himself into a real fighter with great physical strength. However, there was no time to think. He had already strengthened significantly, and now all he had to do was wait for recovery to be ready for battle again. His thoughts were interrupted by Neo suddenly waking up. She mumbled a greeting, slightly confused, and then turned her attention to their situation. Her eyes widened, and she seemed to have just realized that she was in the same bed as Akira. Akira tried to explain the situation, noting that the girl had simply laid down next to him while half asleep, but that didn't seem to explain much of what had happened. He wondered why she hadn't pulled away yet. Nao thought for a moment, then said something that made him blush instantly. She quietly asked what would happen if she said she didn't want to get off. These words threw him off balance, and he, not knowing how to react, only looked at her in shock, feeling his heart speed up. Someone knocked unexpectedly on the door, drawing the attention of everyone inside. An unfamiliar man entered the room and immediately apologized for his sudden appearance and disturbance of the peace. He introduced himself as a major in the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force and asked that they address him simply as Karube. He then explained that as soon as he heard the news that Ichidze had regained consciousness, he immediately rushed over to speak with him in person. However, he quickly realized that he may have been hasty, so he apologized and urged people not to rush into their responses and reactions. Nao, noticing the development of the situation, decided to intervene and expressed doubt that Karube had correctly understood the current situation. She tried to draw his attention to the fact that everything might not be as he thought. Karube, not paying much attention to the girl's objection, calmly continued his speech, saying that he did not intend to take up too much of their time since he had a specific goal. He gave his full name, introducing himself as Karube Minoru, and then added that the Japanese self-defense forces were currently actively protecting the hospital from constant attacks by monsters. He also clarified that he was not carrying out this mission alone but together with some people, including Nanase. Akira, who had been listening attentively to this conversation, suddenly became interested in the details and wanted to know if Nao had any direct connection to the self-defense forces. Nao hesitated for a moment, surprised that she hadn't told him about this yet. However, after a few seconds, she calmly explained that there weren't really that many members of the self-defense forces, so those who were able to move and fight, including herself, would occasionally fight alongside the military, providing them with support during critical moments. Akira listened carefully to the girl's words and expressed his surprise, showing that he did not expect to hear such information. Karube, having waited for the end of their short dialogue, again addressed Ichidze, reminding him that he had managed to defeat a minotaur in the recent past. He noted that in recent days there had been increasing talk among their group about how it was thanks to Ichidze's actions that many of the city's inhabitants had managed to survive. He then expressed his sincere gratitude for this feat, emphasizing that for them, Ichidze is not just a strong warrior, but a true savior, and the only hope for all mankind. Akira, despite the praise, did not attach any special importance to his achievements, and, with obvious modesty, stated that there was nothing outstanding about it. Karube, as if ignoring his answer, continued his thought, and emphasized that it was for this reason that they had a very important request that they intended to make of him. Before he could say anything else, another man entered the room and immediately attracted attention. He greeted those present and said with some nonchalance that he would only disturb them for a minute. Then his gaze fell on Ichijo, and he turned to him, asking if this was really the man he had heard so much about. Akira, didn't know how to react to the sudden appearance of a new participant in the conversation. Meanwhile, the man carefully looked him over from head to toe and mentally assessed his appearance while analyzing the information he had received about him. He noted to himself that if this was indeed the same young man who had defeated the boss monster, then he looked too weak and did not make much of an impression. What particularly alarmed him was the fact that Itidze's level was only 9th, which seemed extremely low for a person capable of accomplishing such a feat. After some thought, the man came to the conclusion that Itidze really did look exhausted and tired, like a worn-out rag, so he clearly shouldn't count on his help in the near future. Karube, without hiding his displeasure, addressed him by name, drawing attention to the fact that his name was Makimoto, after which he asked him a direct question about the purpose of his appearance. Makimoto replied with a grin that he had simply decided to drop in to see what the man everyone was talking about looked like, but upon seeing him, he was only disappointed, as he had expected something more. However, his attention quickly shifted when he spotted Nao. He looked at her with interest, and then with unexpected enthusiasm declared that she was exactly his type. Following this, he began to ask her how old she was and what her name was, and also inquired whether she had really lived here in the hospital all this time. After hearing the affirmative answer, Makimoto couldn't contain his admiration and openly admitted that in the previous place he had been, there were only boys whom he didn't even want to protect. However, in this hospital, in his opinion, everything was completely different. After a short pause, he suddenly announced that he had made his final decision. Nao would now be his girlfriend. Nao was immediately indignant, not believing her ears and not understanding how such a situation could have arisen. Makimoto continued speaking, mentioning that due to the so-called global reversal rate, the monsters are becoming increasingly stronger, and emphasized that Ichijo would not be able to protect Nao, as he most likely just got lucky in the boss fight. In contrast, Makimoto himself was level 25, which was considered the highest among all those in the hospital. He added that he was the strongest here, after which he suggested that Nao calmly discuss their future and invited her to his room. Nao, hearing this, tried to object. Akira, watching what was happening, could not stay away and decisively grabbed Makimoto's hand, making it clear that Nao was already starting to get nervous, and therefore insistently suggested that he leave. Makimoto didn't expect such a reaction and tried to respond rudely. However, before he could say anything else, Akira squeezed his hand tighter. At that moment, a panicked thought appeared in Makimoto's mind, as he felt like the boy was about to crush his hand. He couldn't understand where he got such incredible strength from, since his level was only 9. Makimoto quickly analyzed Akira's stats and realized that his stats were far from maximum. However, that didn't explain why his strength felt so terrifying, and he began to seriously fear for his life. Makimoto's reaction loosened his grip and apologized, explaining that he just wanted to hold him back a little. Inwardly, he admitted that he had miscalculated his strength. Karube intervened in the situation and insisted that Makimoto leave the premises. Makimoto, angry, cursed and left. Karube, turning to Akira and Nao, apologized for Makimoto's rude behavior. Akira didn't attach much importance to this and suggested returning to the main topic of conversation, clarifying what their request was. Karube confirmed that the hospital was still being attacked by monsters and described how difficult the situation had become. He also said that there were witnesses who had seen a figure resembling a boss monster. He then expressed his fear that if this enemy got inside, they would have no way to defeat it, and so asked Akira for help in defeating this boss. Akira took Karube's words as expected, without feeling any surprise or confusion. Now, watching the conversation, could not hide her emotions and expressed her opinion about the current situation. She felt that demanding Akira to fight again was too harsh, especially considering that he had just fought a monster, had been in mortal danger, and had almost died. In her opinion, his body had not yet fully recovered, and therefore sending him to fight again was extremely unfair. Karube listened carefully to the girl's objections and expressed understanding for her concerns. However, he admitted that despite all the difficulties, he could not offer any other solution. He addressed Akira directly, reminding him that despite his low level, he had incredible status indicators. Not wanting to even ask about the young man's exact strength, he only humbly asked for his help. He called on Akira to lend his strength for the sake of the surviving people who were still left in this world. Akira listened carefully to the request and gave his answer without hesitation. He agreed to take on the task and invited Karuba to rise. Karube thanked him sincerely, expressing his deepest appreciation for the decision taken. After Karube left, Akira thought about the situation. He thought that subduing the boss monster was an inevitable task, because there were simply no people who could handle it except him. However, he had an internal doubt that he couldn't immediately formulate. Now, still in her feelings, spoke again. She repeated that the whole situation was too cruel. The mind-boggling, repeating time loop he found himself in seemed endless. Although he had finally defeated the previous monster, he was forced to fight again, but this time against a new enemy. The very fact that such a request was made on the very day he had just woken up haunted her. She could not accept that his body had not yet recovered, and he was already having to risk his life again. In her opinion, he should have been given at least a short break to recuperate. Akira looked at her, realizing her genuine concern. He calmly replied that she wouldn't be able to understand him completely now, but at some point he had already given up all hope of fighting. However, his courage was restored, and he realized that he was not alone in this world. He confessed that it was Now who helped him regain the strength to fight. For this reason, he was not going to stop and was ready to fight to protect someone dear to him. He asked Now not to worry about him, assuring that he would try his best to defeat the boss. Now, hearing his words, made a decision. She firmly declared that she would also go with him to subdue the boss. Akira was stunned by this statement, as he did not expect such a decision from her. Neo, anticipating his reaction, continued speaking. She knew that if the real her went with him, she would most likely be nothing but a burden. However, even despite this, she was determined to fight by his side. The idea of him going to fight the boss alone seemed completely wrong and unfair to her. She sincerely asked him to take her with him. At that moment, a system message suddenly sounded. It announced that a special condition had been found and that a new script called Nanase had been activated. Now is with you. The system explained that Nanase now realizes Akira's current condition and wants to help him. As a new task, it was proposed to join forces with Now to defeat the boss that appeared in this world together. Akira froze in surprise, not understanding what this meant. The system continued to explain the terms. It said that accepting this script was optional, and he had the right to refuse it. The script's time frame was limited to the current mission. While the script was active, Nanase Now was given a resurrection ability similar to Akira's. However, after completing the script, she will lose this ability. The system asked the final question, asking Akira to make a choice. Run the script Nanase Now with you, or refuse it. Now noticed Akira's thoughtful expression and asked with a slight concern what was wrong. Akira, after a short pause, replied that nothing special had happened, but a system window suddenly popped up in front of him, reporting the activation of a certain script. Now was curious about this and asked him what exactly he meant. She tried to think out loud, coming to the conclusion that perhaps the script's appearance was related to her intention to help him in battle. Akira, not being completely sure about this, admitted that he could not yet say for sure whether this was true. Now continued to think, trying to comprehend all of the information. She eventually came to the conclusion that even if she were to die in battle, she would be able to revive herself thanks to the script. In her opinion, this ability was perfect for their upcoming boss fight. Realizing this, she offered Akira the script without hesitation. Akira, hearing this, looked at her with a serious expression. He reminded her that resurrection is not only an incredible power that can grant a second life, this ability also has a terrible side, because it turns death into a painful, endless agony from which it is impossible to escape, even if at some point there is a desire to simply cease to exist. Now listened to his words, but showed no hesitation. She firmly stated that she understood this, but she had already made her decision. No matter how much he tried to dissuade her, she was not going to back down from her intention. Akira mentally noted that from the very beginning, when he started talking about this, Now never once listened to his warnings. He thought for a moment, realizing that he couldn't just let Now go through the same agony of death that he had gone through. The only option left for him was to do everything in his power to protect her at any cost. Having made his final decision, Akira warned that there would be no turning back. Now, remaining confident, replied that she was aware of it. After that, Akira activated the script. The system responded immediately by announcing that the script was "Nanase now, together with you," was successfully launched. From that moment on, Neo gained the ability to revive, like Akira. To successfully complete the script, they both had to work together to defeat the boss monster. Akira, realizing that they were now acting as a team, suggested to Nao that they use their status and skills together to prepare for battle more effectively. Nao agreed with this, realizing how important it was for them to coordinate their actions. She noticed that she could now see how many skills Akira had, and was surprised to realize how strong he was. After that, she decided to look at her status, and began analyzing her stats, starting with her vitality. Akira suddenly noticed that he didn't need to listen to her list, since with his current level of analysis, he could see all of her indicators himself. Nao reacted sharply to his words, clearly shocked by this fact. The system displayed Nao's stats on the screen. Her level was 16, vitality was 18, muscle strength was 29, endurance was 27, speed was 28, magic power was 9, and luck was 18. Nao, seeing that Akira had already read her characteristics, indignantly stated that he was violating her right to personal space. Akira, confused, asked her again what she meant, not understanding why she reacted that way. Nao explained that the status could be compared to personal data. Moreover, it included not only combat characteristics, but also details such as height, weight, and even other parameters that were too personal for her. The idea that someone could view such information without permission made her clearly unhappy. Akira mentally noted that he hadn't noticed any such points in her status, which made him think. Nao continued her reasoning, admitting that there was currently no way to prevent unauthorized access to this data. However, she advised Akira to be especially careful, as his situation was already attracting too much attention. She reminded him that he was already being called a bull, which seemed to be part of his reputation. Akira, hearing this, was surprised and asked again what exactly she meant. Nao reminded Akira that on the very evening he was able to defeat the Minotaur, his image immediately appeared on social media. She opened a post she'd found online and showed him a picture of him with a perfectly level gaze, looking straight into the camera. The caption underneath the image read, "BYK." Akira felt a little embarrassed at being called that, but decided to apologize to Nao first for using the analysis and looking at her characteristics without her permission. However, his attention was drawn back to the nickname he had been given. Nao asked him with genuine surprise why he didn't like it. In her opinion, Bull sounded impressive and even cool, so he shouldn't worry about such a nickname. Akira, not wanting to dwell on this conversation, suggested returning to discussing more important topics. He wanted to discuss what skills Nao had managed to acquire in order to properly distribute roles in battle. Nao, concentrating on his words, began to list her abilities. She had 3 skills in her arsenal: body strengthening, magic scheme, and beginner magic. Akira took particular note of the last one, curious about its capabilities, and asked again what exactly it was. The system immediately provided an explanation. According to the information received, the owner of the skill Initial Magic gains the ability Strike Arrow. The damage this ability can deal depends on the owner's level of magic power. In addition, the number of spells that can be mastered within this skill is directly related to the ability level. Akira, having read this data, suddenly admitted that he expected something completely different. According to his ideas, Nao should have been focused exclusively on physical strength. Nao didn't immediately understand what he meant, so she asked him again, puzzled. Akira realized that his words might have sounded a bit rude, and quickly added that it was just a joke with no hidden meaning. Nao looked at him carefully, then calmly stated that her physical constitution did not allow her to be a close combat warrior. However, if she had to choose from the available directions, then magic seemed to be the most suitable for her. At that moment, she noticed that Akira's expression had changed again, which irritated her, and she demanded an explanation. Akira, not wanting to pursue the topic further, tried to steer the conversation in another direction. He asked her a more practical question about the expenditure of magic power. In his opinion, perhaps the cost of using magic could decrease over time. Nao thought about it, and then replied that when activating magic, her body would start to heat up from the inside, and after using it a few times, she would feel very tired. The feeling she got was similar to running at full speed with maximum effort. She clarified that entry-level magic was activated by depleting physical strength, not just magical energy. Akira, after listening to her explanation, was able to get a general idea of her fighting style and suggested that they distribute roles in the battle so that he would go in front and Nao would cover him from behind. Nao agreed with his plan, but expressed concern about his condition. She asked if his body had truly fully recovered. Akira assured her that thanks to his automatic regeneration ability, he was feeling better with each passing hour. He was confident that he would be able to move fully by tomorrow. Nao, hearing this, advised him to rest, reminding him that recuperation before a fight was no less important than the battle itself. She then added that she was about to leave. Akira expressed gratitude for her concern. Nao wished him good night. Akira responded in kind before she left. The system recorded a change in the global reversal ratio, which reached 3.01%. Nao went outside to freshen up a bit and get some fresh air. Karube, noticing her, called out to her and asked why she was still awake. He admitted that he was not thrilled to be left alone outside the hospital, even if he was only standing in front of the main entrance. Nao explained that she just wanted to get some fresh air. She then asked if he was on patrol. Karube confirmed this, explaining that the monsters were only active during the dark hours of the day, so his job was to monitor the situation. He then asked what condition Akira was in. Nao thought for a moment and replied that he would most likely be fully prepared for battle tomorrow. Then she added with a slight sadness that Akira always put himself in the background, caring first about others and not himself. Karube listened carefully to her words, then looked at her closely and cautiously suggested that perhaps Nao had romantic feelings for Akira. Nao instantly became embarrassed, stuttered, and began to justify herself. She said that there was nothing like that. Then, trying to explain her words, she said that their fates had been intertwined since middle school, and that was the reason for their current closeness. Karube, hearing her explanation, nodded in understanding but did not continue the topic. Nao continued speaking, but before she could finish her thought, something suddenly fell from above. Meanwhile, Akira, in his room, focused on the task at hand. He reminded himself that his priority right now was to take down the boss. He tried to convince himself that his condition was stable. He realized that he was no longer alone because there was someone nearby who wanted to fight with him. This realization gave him strength. He repeated in his mind that he would never be alone again. At that moment, the system suddenly displayed a new message on the screen. It notified that the script, "Together with you," was progressing. A moment later, a new, much more alarming notification appeared. Nanase's death had been recorded. Now, in response to this, the system automatically activated a special skill in resurrection. Akira froze, not immediately understanding what exactly had happened. Panic began to form in his head. His breathing became labored and his chest felt tight. He felt like he was losing consciousness. Akira returned to the past, and when he opened his eyes, he realized that he was in a hospital room. Looking around carefully, he tried to comprehend what was happening and why he was here. Thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that the appearance of the screen was caused by Nao's death. After that, the resurrection ability was activated, which should have brought him back. However, now he found himself in a completely different moment in time, and not on the very night when the monster invasion began. The new spawn point was different from the previous one. It was probably because he had defeated the boss, the Minotaur. A feeling of anger and disappointment arose in his chest, because he had promised himself that he would not let Nao die again. Despite all his efforts, the reality was different. At that moment, the door opened and Nao entered the room. Akira was incredibly relieved to see the girl and happily said that he was glad that she survived. Nao, after a slight hesitation, replied that she was in fact dead. Hearing her words, Akira tried to understand what was happening and asked her to explain what happened. Nao looked at him and started to tell him how it all happened. She went outside to get some fresh air and stopped at the main entrance. Karube approached her and they had a short conversation. It was at that moment that the monster attacked her. The memory of what had happened made her shudder with fear. She admitted that she couldn't really see who attacked her because it all happened too fast. The only thing she remembered was a huge black silhouette, like a beast, that looked really scary. After that, she found herself standing at the main entrance again, and the entire environment around her was no different from what it was before her death. This meant that after her death, she was resurrected. Akira listened carefully and came to the conclusion that the situation was unfavorable. There was a high probability that the monster would attack again tonight. Neo looked at him with a guilty expression and said that because of her death, he was back in his old state. Akira, hearing her words, hurried to calm her down and asked her not to blame herself for what happened. Now that the resurrection point had changed, sooner or later it would have happened anyway, and he would have to return to this moment again. Neo thought about it, and then asked why the resurrection point had changed. Akira admitted that he himself did not know the exact answer, but suggested not to dwell on it. Right now, it was much more important to prepare for the monster's attack. Agreeing with his words, Now said that she would tell Karuba and the others about everything. Akira's thoughts began to form alarming guesses. Everything turned out to be much more complicated than he initially assumed. If one of them died, the resurrection ability would activate, and the other would share the same fate. In addition, the fact that the restart was not happening in his best condition played a huge role. The question of whether he would be able to protect Nao in such circumstances caused deep doubts in him. However, thinking about failure had no right to exist. He was determined that he would do whatever it took to protect her, no matter what it took. The thought of seeing her like that again was unbearable. Deciding it was time to act, Akira got out of bed. Nao looked at him with concern and asked how he was feeling. Akira looked at her and replied that his condition had become much better, although the pain was felt throughout his body. There were still a few hours left before the monster attacked, so he hoped that he would have time to recover, at least a little. He decided to take a walk to stretch his body and asked Nao to stay here and wait. Nao, a little confused, nodded and said that she understood. Akira left the room and went to explore the building, but soon realized that he was lost. Apparently, the elevators were no longer working. He remembered that every time he entered such huge hospitals, he invariably got lost in the corridors. There was still enough time before the monsters appeared, so he decided to use it to memorize the layout of the rooms. Suddenly, a man with a worried expression appeared in front of him. He loudly declared that the monsters had broken through and called on everyone who could fight to come to the scene immediately. Akira instantly tensed up and asked where exactly the attack took place. The man said with a worried look that monsters had attacked the lobby at the main entrance. The black wolves had attacked so quickly that the defenders had not had time to react properly. The self-defense forces were currently fighting them, but the number of enemies was too great. Akira frowned, remembering that one of those wolves had attacked Nao. Expressing gratitude for the information, he headed to the battle site without wasting a second. He couldn't stop thinking about what was happening. According to his calculations, there were still a few hours left before the attack. Perhaps the fact that they had warned Karube and the others had influenced the monster's actions and led to a change in strategy. Whatever the case, he couldn't afford to hesitate. Meanwhile, in the lobby, the situation was becoming increasingly tense. The self-defense troops had difficulty holding back the enemy's onslaught, and soon began to shout that they could not stand it any longer. One of the fighters, turning to the commander, reported that Karube was no longer in a condition to continue the fight. Karube, despite his grave condition, continued to call on the self-defense forces to hold on and not retreat. But the number of enemies continued to grow, and the situation became critical. The black wolves almost killed all the fighters. Karube, breathing heavily, looked around the battlefield. Deep down, he knew that victory was no longer possible. The enemy was vastly superior in numbers and strength. In such a situation, they had no chance of success. However, even in such a situation, he was not going to give up. The only thing he could do was buy some time for the survivors. At that moment, Akira suddenly appeared in front of him, standing between him and the enemies. Akira looked at him and said with a serious expression that he was late, but now he was taking control of the situation. Karube watched in amazement as Akira easily knocked back several black wolves with just one blow. Akira's attention was drawn to a huge three-headed wolf that towered over the others. Apparently, the leader was in front of him. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Akira felt a surge of adrenaline. He was sure that this fight would be a great warm-up for him before even more serious tests. Neo walked closer to the battlefield, looking worriedly at the battlefield, and asked Karube if he was okay. Karube, breathing heavily after the fight, replied that it was too dangerous to go any further. Akira was fighting there at that moment, and it would be foolhardy to interfere in the fight. Self-defense troops watching the scene were discussing the situation tensely. One of them exclaimed that the monster's attack was too fierce. Another added that something urgently needed to be done before Akira died too. The black wolf charged, aiming straight at Akira. The moment of impact, a thick column of dust rose up, hiding the impact site from view. One of the self-defense forces whispered fearfully that this was the end. The second, watching the dust cloud in horror, declared that Akira was dead. However, when the dust cleared a little, Akira's figure became visible again. He stood there, not moving a single step, and his hand easily held back the wolf's powerful attack. He himself was impressed by his own endurance, noting that with the strengthening of his body, his characteristics changed for the better. All that remained was to check how much his muscle strength had increased. Akira turned his gaze to the monster and spoke. He was sure that this was the beast that had killed Naren. Now it was time to get even. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful knee strike. The self-defense forces who witnessed this spectacle froze in amazement. One of them let out a breath, not believing his eyes. The second, inspired, began shouting words of encouragement, calling on Akira to destroy the remaining monsters. Neo looked at Akira carefully, and her gaze suddenly caught on his wounds. Meanwhile, he turned his attention to the remaining wolves, who stood frozen in indecision. There was a threat in his voice as he announced that it was their turn. However, anxiety was growing inside him. He knew that his injuries were much more serious than he had expected. This opponent was a tough opponent. Suddenly, he felt a strange, oppressive atmosphere that made his hair stand on end. The feeling was painfully familiar. It reminded him of the moment he had encountered the Minotaur. A logical conclusion formed in his mind. This wolf was not the leader, but merely a pawn. Someone else stood above, controlling them. This thought made him even more wary. If the real boss showed up right now, he wouldn't have a single chance to win in this state. The question of what to do in this situation didn't give him any peace. Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with silence. The self-defense troops looked around in bewilderment. One of them muttered that the howling had stopped, not understanding what had happened. Another noticed with alarm that the remaining wolves suddenly turned and ran away. Akira watched them flee with cold determination. He realized that they had not simply fled, but had carried the bodies of the fallen self-defense forces with them. That howl was an order to retreat. Another disturbing thought arose in my head. 7 self-defense force fighters died in this battle. If you include the remaining people who were able to fight, there were less than half of the total number. Their average skill level was around 18. The situation was getting worse. The only way out was to eliminate the monsters raiding the hospital as soon as possible. They had to be eliminated before they had time to strengthen. However, he noticed one important aspect. The strength of these monsters had not yet changed significantly. Although their reaction speed had increased, it did not necessarily mean that their power had increased that much. System information suddenly appeared before his eyes. It displayed the stats of one of the wolves. Its level was 25, its vitality reached 30, its muscular strength was 45, and its endurance was 52. Speed was its highest stat, at 70. Its magic power was comparatively low, and its luck stat was 23. Neo came closer and looked at Akira with a guilty expression. She said that she couldn't help him in the fight, and then asked if the monster was a boss. Akira, exhaling heavily, replied that it was only small fry. The leader was still somewhere nearby. Now thought for a moment, and then expressed confusion as to why the monsters attacked so early. Akira guessed that their original target was this hospital. Next time, they should act the same way as last time, so as not to change the enemy's sequence of actions. Neo agreed with his conclusion, but then looked at his hand with concern. She reminded him of his wounds and asked how he was feeling. Akira assured her that his condition was fine thanks to automatic regeneration. However, he realized that in the future, it would be difficult to deal with enemies with just blows. He was thinking that it would be nice to have a stronger weapon. At that moment, his gaze caught Nao, and he noticed that she was watching someone. Curiosity made him ask who this man was. Nao looked to the side and replied that it was Kashiwabu, who was collecting materials from monsters' bodies using her dissection skill. A new idea instantly appeared in Akira's head. He remembered that in games, materials obtained from monsters were usually used to create weapons and armor. If this principle was applied here, they might be able to obtain powerful equipment. Without wasting any time, he approached Kashiwabu. Turning to her, he apologized for his unexpected appearance and asked her name. The girl shuddered in fear and then turned to him. Her reaction surprised Akira. There was a child standing in front of him, which seemed strange to him. He asked if she was okay. The girl looked a little nervous but quickly pulled herself together. She called him Bull Boy and, hesitating a bit, asked if he really was Akira. Akira confirmed this and then asked her if she was collecting materials. He expressed a desire to know if she could make a weapon for him. Kashiwabu was a little embarrassed and, lowering her head, apologized, explaining that she didn't have the appropriate skill yet. Akira felt a little disappointed, but hid it by saying that, in that case, everything was fine. Looking at the girl, he thought that she seemed to often go into her thoughts. Suddenly, Kashiwabu asked a question. She asked curiously why he didn't use that same axe, since they call him a bull. Akira suddenly remembered the Minotaur axe, which had completely slipped his mind. This axe should be powerful enough to allow him to stand up to an even stronger boss. Kashiwabu noted that the weapon should still be where he left it. Furthermore, she mentioned that its digital readings were very high. Akira looked at Kashiwabu in surprise when he heard her use an unfamiliar term and asked her to explain what she meant by a digital indicator. Kashiwabu readily explained that weapons, like creatures, have their own status. If you have the necessary skill, you can find out their characteristics. Akira became interested and asked if she could tell him the status of the Minotaur's axe. Kashiwabu nodded, confirming that the examination skill could determine the numerical values of any weapon. As an example, she cited pistols used by self-defense forces. Their striking power increases by only 2 points. Hearing this, Akira became even more eager to know the axe's performance. Kashiwabu hesitated slightly, noting that her information was as accurate as possible thanks to her expertise skill, but some parameters could remain hidden. Fierce Bull Cleaver. Requires at least 80 muscular strength to use. Striking power is 75. Durability is 37. The additional effect of the weapon remains hidden due to the user's insufficient level. Akira carefully studied the data provided. He quickly realized that the weapon's striking power would be added to his current muscle strength, which was already at 165. If his calculations were correct, this weapon would be incredibly powerful. Moreover, with the minimum muscle strength requirement, he would have no problem, which meant that it was worth his time to find an axe. Gratitude for the information was evident in his voice as he sincerely thanked Kashiwabu. The girl waved her hand in embarrassment, assuring him that it was a small thing. Akira suddenly thought about it and asked her if she could evaluate weapons again in the future if he found something new. However, Kashiwabu suddenly lowered her head and admitted that she had no expertise. Akira froze, shocked by what he heard, and asked again if this was really so. Kashiwabu quickly explained that she had once overheard a conversation with a self-defense forces soldier who had this skill. However, that person had already died, so there was no one left with this ability. Akira listened to her carefully, digesting the new information. Kashiwabu added that she plans to master skills related to the production of weapons and armor in the future. If she succeeds in this one day, she will be able to offer her help and even give discounts. A new idea formed in Akira's head. He realized that people who didn't want to fight could focus on creating weapons and armor to support the fighters. If Kashiwabu really got into crafting, she could greatly increase the fighting ability of their group. Now, watching their conversation, pouted and turned away. Akira noticed this and said her name in surprise. Nao looked at him with slight hurt and sarcastically remarked that he had already managed to become friends with Kashiwabu. Then she sarcastically added that even at such a time he managed to woo girls. Akira instantly became embarrassed and tried to explain himself, saying that he was simply asking her about the weapon. He then changed the subject, saying that he was going to go get the Minotaur's axe. Nao, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, noticed that he was deliberately changing the conversation. Akira waved his hands in confusion, trying to justify himself, but Nao had already looked away. She sighed and said that in that case she would go with him, as she wanted to level up. Akira frowned, thinking that it would be better for her to rest a bit. In his opinion, leveling up could be postponed for at least a day. Nao jerked her head up and reminded him that he himself had said that they should work together. Then she chuckled and added that it seemed like he would rather take Kashiwaba along. However, she doesn't care, because she can level up herself. Akira sighed heavily and, admitting defeat, said that they would go together. Moving through the ruined city, Akira carefully examined the surroundings. It's only been 3 days since the invasion began, but everything has already turned into ruins. Nao looked around and agreed with his words. Akira frowned, realizing that he had to move forward with extreme caution. He asked Nao to stay a little further, warning that in such areas, among the broken electric poles, one could encounter danger. He stopped and looked at the tracks on the ground. They indicated that the monster boars had been rampaging here. This meant that they might still be nearby. Akira stopped abruptly and warned her. He asked what would happen if someone suddenly attacked her from her blind spot. Nao chuckled and shook her head, saying that he had become too cautious. Akira looked at Nao carefully, reminding her that there were many monsters left in the city, whose level was much higher than her own. That was why they needed to remain vigilant. Besides, a single gun was not capable of killing a strong opponent, and relying on it alone would be reckless. Nao nodded thoughtfully after hearing his words. She explained that having a firearm helps her aim and more accurately determine the direction in which she intends to use magic. However, Karube, despite her requests, was still unwilling to entrust her with a gun. Akira understood her point and didn't bring it up again. Nao enthusiastically spoke about how firing magic from a gun sounded really cool. Akira, noticing her raise her gun, instantly tensed up. He immediately warned her not to point the gun at him. It flashed through his mind that Nao sometimes acted unexpectedly childishly, displaying childishness even at times like these. Nao suddenly changed the subject, expressing doubt that the Minotaur's axe was still in the same place. It was an incredibly powerful weapon, and she believed that someone might have already taken it. Akira, thinking about Nao's words, came to the conclusion that the probability of the axe being missing was extremely low. He remembered that even 4 self-defense forces soldiers couldn't lift it, which meant that it was unlikely that anyone else would have been able to carry away this heavy weapon. Most likely, the axe was still where he left it, waiting for its owner. However, the next moment, another problem alerted him. He noticed several large shadows flickering in the sky. Memories of a monster that looked like a giant bird of prey quickly came to mind. It was a rook bird. Akira knew very well how dangerous it was. Its main ability was that it released a sticky liquid from its mouth, which paralyzed the movement of the victim. Moreover, this monster was constantly in flight, which made it a difficult target. Even if you managed to hit it, its tough skin could withstand the blow, but the attacker risked injuring his hand. He immediately realized that it was better to avoid a fight with this creature. Now, noticing that he had frozen, worriedly asked if he could handle such an opponent alone. If it was too dangerous, perhaps she could help. Akira, not wanting to put her at risk, firmly stated that these monsters were no match for her. He assured her that he could handle it himself and asked her to hide and not move. It would be enough to quickly grab the axe and leave without attracting unnecessary attention. However, his plan fell apart the moment he tried to take a step forward. His legs suddenly refused to move. Looking down, he saw that he was stuck in a viscous, sticky liquid. Thoughts began to rush feverishly through my head. It turned out that he had fallen into a trap. He was too hasty, not expecting that the birds had already sprayed their vile vomit, turning the axe into bait. As soon as he realized his mistake, the birds immediately went on the attack. Now, noticing the danger, screamed and told him to lie down. Akira looked up and saw her rush forward. He called out to her with concern, asking if she understood that she was walking to certain death. Nao didn't stop. With anger in her voice, she said that he was wrong to underestimate her. She too was capable of fighting. Raising her hand, she concentrated and activated the magic skill. Initial magic, Shock Arrow. A bright bolt of energy burst from her hand and headed straight for one of the birds. When the attack hit its target, Nao looked at Akira with a smug expression and asked if he now thought that these monsters were no match for her. Akira looked at her actions with surprise and, acknowledging her strength, said that he took back his words. This battle was now in her hands. Overcoming the viscosity of the liquid, he reached out and finally grabbed the axe. He mentally analyzed the situation. The birds had quite a bit of stamina, making them tough opponents. However, he now had a weapon that could overcome their defenses. Gripping the handle, he swung and delivered a powerful chopping blow. The blade passed through the body of one of the birds, cutting it in two. Akira looked at the weapon in his hands with satisfaction. Now he had incredible power. With a muscular strength rating of 165 plus 75, his punches became truly devastating. In his hands was the fierce bull cleaver. Now immediately turned to him and asked him worriedly how he was feeling. Akira smiled, confirming that his condition was excellent. Now they had a plan. He will wear down the opponents and now will deliver the finishing blows. In this place, they will be able to increase their levels well. Now nodded, agreeing with his proposal. However, despite the fact that the battle was going well, a strange feeling appeared in Akira's head. At that moment, it seemed to him that everything was going as it should, but somewhere deep inside there remained a feeling of anxiety and Akira continued to fight the monsters, not allowing the enemies to get close to them. One by one, the monsters fell under their blows, and soon the battlefield was empty for a moment. Nao looked around, assessing the situation, and turned to Akira, reporting that there were no more enemies nearby. She hoped that this was the last enemy. Akira looked around carefully, considering her words, and came to the conclusion that there really were no new monsters left nearby. He turned his gaze to Nao and asked what level she had reached now after all these fights. Nao thought about it, quickly checked her stats, and reported that her level was now 23. Akira nodded, assessing her progress, and noted that she had made significant progress. A thought flashed through his mind that their progress was going very well. Not only were they dealing with enemies, but they were also actively raising their levels. It was especially important for Nao to reach a high level as quickly as possible, because she would have to fight black wolves. Without proper preparation, it would be incredibly difficult to withstand these opponents. Nao looked at him and shared her observations. She noted that now only black wolves were attacking, and their ferocity was only increasing. They were not retreating, not weakening their onslaught, but, on the contrary, becoming more aggressive. Akira agreed with her words, noting that they had already destroyed more than 20 black wolves, but the attacks still continued. At that moment, system information suddenly appeared before his eyes. The system notified him that he had received the silver trophy, Wolf Slayer. This title increased the hostility of the wolf race by 40 points, and also gave a 7% damage bonus against wolves. Akira thought about this information. He came to the conclusion that the constant attacks of the wolves were connected precisely with this trophy. After receiving it, the hostility of these monsters increased sharply, and now they pursue him with even greater persistence. Having realized this, he realized that from the point of view of pumping, it is even profitable. A large number of opponents allows you to gain experience and level up faster. Despite this, he noticed that Nao looked tired. Approaching her, he looked at her carefully and asked with concern how she was feeling. Nao, breathing heavily, assured that she was fine, but her voice betrayed her fatigue. Akira immediately realized that the cause of her condition was due to overuse of magic. She had used up too much vitality, causing her body to weaken. He suggested that she take a short rest, pointing to a safer place nearby. Nao looked at the axe that Akira was holding in his hands. Her gaze was filled with admiration. She admitted that this weapon really amazes her. The blade of the axe is so sharp that it cuts through black wolves like pieces of butter. Akira chuckled, agreeing with her words, and admitted that he himself was surprised when he first used this weapon. Comparisons with the previous reality surfaced in his thoughts. This axe possessed incredible power, which was significantly different from anything he had known before. He confidently concluded that the Minotaur's axe was a truly powerful weapon. Akira thought that if he strengthened this weapon to the limit, he would be able to fight even a boss without fear. Nao watched him carefully, and her expression suddenly changed to one of concern. She frowned when she saw him casually twirling the axe in his hands, and told him to be careful, reminding him that such a weapon required careful handling. Akira thought for a moment, thinking about the possible risks. If he died, he would have to go back for that axe again, which would be incredibly tiring. At that moment, a new idea was born in his head. He remembered the inventory function. If you try to place the axe there, it might remain with him even after resurrection. Nao watched him with a slight smile. She noticed that he looked incredibly excited and compared him to a child who had just received a new toy. Now, having regained her strength, stood up and said that she now feels fine, offering to continue leveling up. Akira looked at her doubtfully, thinking that she should still get some rest. Nao shook her head, insisting that they needed to move on quickly. Suddenly, they heard a noise. Akira tensed up, listening to the sounds coming from him, and came to the conclusion that somewhere nearby, monsters were attacking someone. Nao looked at him and offered to go help. Akira agreed, but warned her that she needed to understand what was going on before she could intervene. He reminded her that helping without understanding the situation could be dangerous. Nao nodded, indicating that she remembered his words. Akira focused his attention on the source of the noise, determining that the voice was coming from very close. He became alert, scanning his surroundings, trying to figure out where exactly the sound was coming from. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of him. His appearance was so unexpected that Akira flinched, but he immediately pulled himself together, quickly assessing the situation. He looked at the stranger, trying to determine his condition, and asked if everything was okay with him. The man, without stopping, simply said irritably that they were bothering him, after which he continued running further, without even bothering to explain the situation. Akira looked after him, puzzled, wondering what could have scared him so much. Nao suddenly froze. All her confidence instantly vanished, and a look of panic appeared on her face. Her skin turned pale, and her hands began to tremble. With a trembling voice, she called out to Akira and, moving with difficulty, raised her hand, pointing forward. A huge crowd of monsters appeared in front of them. Nao screamed in panic. Her eyes widened and fear completely paralyzed her movements. She couldn't take her eyes off this terrifying sight. Akira, realizing the danger of the situation, immediately pulled her back, urging her to stay closer to him so that they could quickly retreat. However, Nao couldn't move. Her body was completely paralyzed with fear. She whispered in a strangled voice that she couldn't move her legs, as if they were rooted to the ground. Akira, without wasting any time, instantly grabbed her in his arms and tried to run away, relying on speed and agility. But this was not enough. They didn't have time to escape. The huge monster rushed forward with lightning speed and pierced Nao with its sting. Akira froze in place. His mind refused to accept what he saw. A terrifying picture appeared before my eyes. Everything inside him clenched. The system activated, coldly announcing the inevitable. The script progressed along with him. Death of Nanase now has been confirmed. The special skill Resurrection was automatically applied. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar scene in front of him. Akira woke up in the hospital. Memories came flooding back to him, filling his mind. He slowly rose to his feet, his movements a little stiff. Akira, without thinking, headed towards the room where Nao was. Stopping in front of the door, he quietly said the name of her room, as if making sure he had come to the right place. Then, without hesitation, he called out to her, asking how she was feeling. A weak voice came from behind the door. Nao, hearing him, said his name with a little surprise, her voice sounding tired and weak. Akira, hearing her answer, confirmed his presence. He was about to open the door when Nao suddenly stopped him. She briefly demanded that he leave her alone. Akira froze for a moment, his fingers clenching into a fist. An alarming thought flashed through his mind. He realized with bitterness that terrible incident had left a deep mark on Nao's mind, breaking her psyche. Nao heard her own voice, exhausted, hoarse, filled with pain and despair, as if she was calling out to someone in her last hope, asking them to stop the suffering, to stop the pain that was piercing her entire being. These words seemed to be bursting out from the depths of her subconscious, like a cry from the soul, breaking out of the abyss into which she had plunged at the moment of death. When she slowly opened her eyes, her mind was still foggy and her body felt empty and heavy. However, after a few moments, it dawned on her that she was alive. The hospital building was suddenly attacked by huge and aggressive bees, causing panic and chaos among those inside. Karube quickly turned to Nao after noticing her condition and asked her to be careful with a worried voice, expressing concern over her condition. Inside herself, now mentally remembered that this happened before Akira woke up, and she realized with certainty that she had already died before and the process of her resurrection was activated again. The memory of death caused a paralyzing fear in her, and because of this, now was unable to move, as if her body was frozen in terror. Karube, realizing the seriousness of the situation, urgently ordered his subordinates to deliver Nao to a safe place as quickly as possible, away from danger. While in the room, Nao, overcome with fear, admitted out loud to herself that she was afraid of monsters and unable to cope with her memories. Meanwhile, Akira, who was in his room, was angry at himself for allowing Nao to die again, and came to the conclusion that he might not be able to keep her safe. Karube entered Akira's room, formally introducing himself as a major in the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force, and politely asked him to simply call him Karube. Akira immediately remembered that it was in the evening that Karube was supposed to come to him, and, comparing the events, he was convinced that everything was repeating itself exactly as before, without the slightest discrepancy, including the attack of the Black Wolves, which was supposed to happen later. Karube drew Akira's attention to the nearby axe of the Minotaur he had defeated earlier, and cautiously suggested that perhaps this was the thing that was his power. Akira was surprised and didn't understand what was going on for a moment, but then he looked around and actually noticed that he hadn't noticed the item and wondered if it was there because he had placed it in his inventory beforehand. He admitted that perhaps this was the manifestation of his power that he would have to deal with further. In his mind, Akira firmly decided that it was too early to give up, and that he had to continue fighting no matter what. Rising from his seat, he demonstrated his determination to act and not retreat. Karube asked him about his intentions, watching his actions with concern. Akira explained that he was going to fight the boss and do what he considered his duty, while mentioning that a surprise attack by Black Wolves was expected, and therefore asked that no one approach the main entrance of the lobby to avoid danger. Approaching Nao's room, he knocked and announced that he was going to come inside. When he entered, he saw Nao huddled in the corner of the room, clearly under extreme stress. With sincere regret, Akira said that if he could protect her, none of this would have happened. Nao cut him off, not allowing herself to be blamed, and admitted that everything that happened was her fault, since she got involved in the fight without having enough strength, and moreover, she put his life in danger. She said with admiration and bitterness that he was incredible because he had died many times, each time coming back to life and starting all over again, no matter how strong the pain was. Nao admitted that she was no longer able to fight because when she saw monsters, scenes of her own death appeared before her eyes, and fear completely overwhelmed her. Akira, wanting to comfort her, wrapped her in a warm blanket and said that she did not need to fight anymore, promising that he himself would finish everything to the end. He also explained that in order to remove the resurrection effect, they needed to defeat the boss together, and so he asked her to only help him at the very end, and until then, she could relax and be safe. After that, he left her room with a firm decision in his mind. In his mind, he confirmed to himself that it was indeed better for him to fight alone, since that was what he had always done before, and he didn't want Nao to suffer again. He began to speculate that the mass appearance of monsters and the attack on the hospital, as well as the actions of the Black Wolves, may have been caused by the appearance of a boss monster in the city that controls these wolves. Akira suspected that this monster might have scared the other monsters, causing them to flee, which caused the gathering of creatures. He realized he had to confirm his suspicions, but then he noticed that there were still people in the lobby. Realizing the threat, he addressed them with an urgent warning to leave immediately, as monsters were soon to arrive. The two men reacted with bewilderment, and one of them wondered who this man even was. Akira repeated again that in a few minutes Black Wolves would burst in here, and if they did not want to die, it would be better to leave as soon as possible. Makimoto, recognizing in him the very man about whom Karube had spoken positively, expressed contempt and dissatisfaction with his gaze. Another man in the group joked that someone seemed to have angered Makimoto. Makimoto, continuing to express disdain, called Akira a weakling and stated that he could not influence his behavior. But at that moment, a black wolf appeared, and Makimoto immediately became frightened, realizing that the danger was real. Akira firmly stated that if they did not want to die, then they should leave immediately. Karube at this time called on everyone to remain vigilant and assured that even if the monsters broke through, they would be able to withstand. The soldiers, watching what was happening, began to realize that before them stood a man with truly impressive strength. In his mind, Karube made the comparison that the fight Akira was waging was similar to the battle with himself. Satan. He was so furious and merciless. Everyone watched as Akira fought the Black Wolves with cold blood and incredible power, not giving them the slightest chance. Turning to one of the remaining wolves, he calmly said that he had left him alive specifically so that he would guide him to the lair of their boss. Akira reached what turned out to be the enemy's lair and expressed his readiness to move forward, thus showing his determination to continue on his way. He slowly and persistently descended into the underground space, feeling his inner anxiety growing. In his mind, he noted that the number of corpses scattered around had increased significantly, which only increased this ominous premonition, so similar to the feeling he had experienced during the battle with the Minotaur. He continued moving downwards, realizing that the depths of the dungeon hid even greater evil. Black wolves appeared in his path, and he stopped, assessing the threat. Akira immediately realized that without his axe he would not be able to withstand such a number of enemies, but more than that, he felt an unusually strong, oppressive presence of something monstrous. The system displayed data on the enemy. The boss is a werewolf, level 93, and has impressive stats: Vitality 237, Muscle Strength 213, Endurance 254, Speed 412, Magic Power 70, Luck 51. Realizing these numbers, Akira admitted that with the current difficulty level, he couldn't even dream of comparing this enemy to the Minotaur, as the enemy was far superior to him. Even with the cleaver of a fierce bull, in his current state he would most likely still be killed. Akira came to the conclusion that he had received enough information and should retreat for now, even though it would take time, but he had no choice but to level up to the point where he could engage the boss. He mentally regretted that he couldn't speed up the leveling, because everything could go faster if the quest with the monsters was activated, but he didn't even know the conditions for its appearance. On the way, he noticed a monster and thought it was a goblin, and it was with goblins and a minotaur that he had previously completed his quests. But since then, not a single task related to opponents had arisen, even if they killed him at lower levels. He wondered if perhaps quests only appeared if he was killed by an enemy at his level or higher. Remembering that there should be an orc in the neighboring city, he decided to test his hypothesis. Akira set out to find the orc, determined to prove his theory. When he found the right monster, he carefully analyzed it. The system returned data: Orc level 59, with Vitality 131, Muscular Strength 157, Endurance 174, Speed 147, Magic Power 50, and Luck 40. After thinking about it, Akira realized that these indicators roughly coincided with his own, and now, according to his plan, the orc had to kill him in order for the desired quest to be activated. He began to provoke the orc, addressing him with mockery so that he would attack him. The orc struck, but it was not enough to kill. Akira encouraged the monster, demanding that it hit harder, with full force. The orc repeated the attack, but Akira continued to feel that it was still not enough. He mentally chided himself for pumping up his body's strength too effectively, which now made it difficult to carry out his plan since it had become too difficult to die. It flashed through his mind that the pain and fear of death remained unbearable despite repeated resurrections, but he was willing to experience it again and again, just to spare now the need to suffer. The system confirmed Akira's death and reported that the special skill Resurrection was successfully activated, allowing him to return to life. After that, he noticed that the quest had indeed appeared. The system reported a quest related to the monster that killed him last time, a D-class mission to defeat the orcs. Akira realized that now was the time to start leveling up. After some time, the system marked the completion of the task. The number of defeated orcs reached 50 out of 50. As a reward, Akira received plus 3 O points for successfully completing the quest. Akira breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the quest was finally complete. He focused on the details and noted that he had gained a total of 47 points from completing the quest and the level points he had gained, which he felt was enough to further strengthen. He also noticed that at some point, his magic power had partially recovered, which was an important point. The system displayed updated data on Akira's condition. His level had reached 17. Vitality was 82, Muscle strength had risen to 182, endurance was 151, speed was 166, magic power had reached 37, and luck had risen to 56. He had 47 points available to him. Of the special abilities, his arsenal still included the active skill Resurrection, as well as a number of skills: Body Strengthening at level 3, Analysis at level 1, Magic Scheme, Magic Power Restoration, Automatic Regeneration, Sprint, Sixth Sense, all at level 1. Additionally, he had damage bonuses: against goblins plus 3%, against wolves plus 10%, against plant-type monsters plus 3%, and against beast-like creatures plus 5%. Akira pondered over which skill he should acquire first, and decided to level up the skill he already had first. After choosing, the system confirmed that the automatic regeneration skill had been successfully upgraded to level 2. Akira noted bitterly that the physical pain he had suffered in the fight with the Minotaur still reminded him of itself every time he came back to life after death. Despite this, he still decided to spend a whole 30 points on improving this ability, because he knew that he couldn't cope any other way. He considered using the remaining 17 points to distribute between stats, or to buy a new skill that could help in the upcoming fight with the boss. He thought that if he invested points in the sprint skill, he could surpass the speed of the werewolf, but he also realized that this would not give him a decisive advantage. He needed a truly useful and effective skill. This system provided a description of a new skill, Titanic Power Level 1, worth 15 points. It is an active skill that uses the owner's magical power to increase muscle strength for 1 minute. The increased value is calculated based on the current magical power multiplied by the skill level and 10. Akira analyzed that this skill is essentially an analog of sprint, but with an emphasis on muscular strength. He came to the conclusion that with this skill, he can surpass the stamina of a werewolf. Remembering that he had seen this skill for 10 points before, he was surprised by the price change. He assumed that if you buy skills that depend on the consumption of magic power, then each subsequent similar skill will cost more. At this point, he decided that it was time to analyze the werewolf's battle pattern, and to do so, he needed to die at its hands once more to activate a new quest. He felt that his preparations were almost complete, and now much would depend on Nao's actions. This system confirmed the death of Ichijo Akira. After his resurrection, he found himself in his room and began training. He noted that now that the pain was completely gone, he felt good, and the increase in the level of automatic regeneration had been justified. He was happy to move on. Kirube wanted to enter the room but met Akira in the hallway. He asked if Akira could move around yet. Akira responded by calling him by name. Kirube asked where he was going. Akira, not having time for long explanations, promised only one thing. He would definitely defeat the boss. He said goodbye, adding that they would see each other again. Nao's room, and warned her that he was opening the door. Akira reported that he had completed all the preparations and was now ready to go outside. However, Nao sadly said that it was impossible for her, since she was no longer able to fight monsters. Akira assured her that everything was fine and that she didn't have to participate in the fight. He explained that the boss they would be fighting was a werewolf, a creature that walked on 2 legs. The bulk of the fight would be between him and this boss, but he asked Nao to only use a magic attack once during the fight. After he killed the boss, this single attack would complete the quest requirement of, quote, defeat the boss together. Nao asked if she really needed to attack. Akira clarified that the magic was only required once. He noted that while the wolf had subordinates, they were sent out to hunt, and there were no other monsters nearby. He assured her that once she had carried out the attack, she would be able to hide immediately, and he would not let her die anyway. He invited her to come outside again. Nao made her decision silently, and then said with difficulty that she probably could, if it really was just this once. Akira thanked her sincerely. They went outside. Akira mentally noted that there were still monsters walking the streets. He noticed Nao trembling with fear. He suggested going another way. Nao gratefully agreed. Akira thought that although this route might be longer, their main goal was to avoid encountering monsters as much as possible. They took a different route, but a huge spider monster appeared in Nao's path. Nao tried to call out to Akira, but her fear was too strong and her voice would not obey her. She closed her eyes in panic. Akira approached her and reassured her, saying that he was there and would protect her at any moment. He asked her to look ahead and suggested that they continue their journey together. Nao quietly thanked him and promised to try her best. Akira nodded in understanding. He made a mental note that if he couldn't defeat the boss this time, Nao would likely never recover from what she had experienced. He couldn't let her die. Akira reminded himself that he had fought the werewolf many times and had already calculated the appropriate tactics to defeat him. He was confident that if he remained calm, he could handle it. They continued moving, and Akira pointed the direction. A firm thought sounded in his head. Defeat was unacceptable. He would definitely win. Akira, along with Nao, went down into the depths of the dungeon, to where the werewolf was, to complete the mission he had begun. Before the battle, he turned to Nao, reminding her of the previously announced important condition for the execution of the script, her participation in the attack. Nao nodded, shaking with excitement, and confirmed that she remembered she needed to make a successful magic attack, and if Akira could defeat the enemy after that, then the script would be considered complete. She assured me that she could handle it. Akira, at this time, mentally noted that in a few hours, a pack of wolves subordinate to this boss would attack the hospital, and he needed to finish the fight before that happened. He signaled Nao to get ready, sensing danger approaching. Nao reacted in surprise, noticing that the enemy was already close. At that moment, the system detected the appearance of a quest related to the monster that had killed Akira the previous time. It turned out to be a C-class quest, and its condition was the complete defeat of the werewolf. Nao, overcome with fear, recognized the creature that appeared as the very monster they were about to fight. Thoughts filled with panic swirled in her head. They had to fight this horror. Akira intended to fight this creature, which seemed almost impossible. Defeating it with just the two of them seemed like an impossible task. The werewolf suddenly rushed to attack, and only thanks to Akira's quick reaction, he managed to block the blow at the last moment, saving Nao. He immediately turned to her, checking if she was hurt. Nao noted in her mind that everything happened too quickly. She didn't even have time to understand what happened, and she couldn't imagine how she could resist such attacks. At this point, the system activated the sprint skill, giving Akira 60 seconds of increased speed. A fast-paced battle began between Akira and the werewolf. Their movements were lightning fast, attacks followed one after another, and Akira continued to hold off the enemy, protecting Nao. When the right moment arrived, he gave Nao the command to act, expecting her to deliver the promised blow. However, Nao, overcome with shock, only made a muffled sound in confusion. Her hands trembled, and as a result, she dropped the gun. The werewolf took advantage of this, freeing himself from Akira's grip and immediately going on the attack. Nao, falling to her knees, realized that she could not fight. She mentally acknowledged her powerlessness. Her body did not obey, and the desire to fight completely left her. Meanwhile, the monster grabbed Akira, squeezing him in its paws. Akira came to the conclusion in his mind that in his current state, Nao would not be able to complete his part of the script, and therefore, completing the quest under these conditions was impossible. He decided that it would be wiser to give up on trying to complete the script and instead focus on finding another boss that he could defeat alone. There was only one option left now: defeat the werewolf alone. The system activated the Titanic Strength skill, giving the user 60 seconds of action. Akira gathered all his remaining strength, using magic and muscle power, and furiously launched a powerful attack at the monster. He told the enemy that he would destroy him here and now. Then he delivered a second powerful blow, giving himself completely to the fight. In response, the werewolf showed an unexpected increase in liveliness, which indicated that the fight was not over yet and the enemy was not going to surrender. The werewolf suddenly disappeared from sight, as if it had completely dissolved into thin air, leaving behind only a tense silence. Akira froze before he could even finish his sentence, as the enemy's disappearance was so swift that it caught him off guard. At this moment, the werewolf spoke words confirming the activation of the skill. It was an associated attack, indicating a completely new combat tactic. He launched a series of lightning-fast strikes, each one possessing a destructive force and speed never seen before. A thought flashed through Akira's mind, full of shock and bewilderment. He didn't understand what had happened, and why the enemy suddenly began to move at such speed. The system updated the boss's parameters at this point. The werewolf had a level of 93, vitality of 237, muscular strength of 213, endurance of 254, speed of 512, magic power of 70, and luck at level 51. Akira admitted in his mind that no matter how many times he fought this creature, Nothing like this had ever happened before. He began to analyze the words he had heard recently and began to suspect that perhaps monsters could also use special combat skills. He was struck by the thought that the werewolf might have now changed tactics and was targeting Now. When Akira noticed the enemy heading towards Now, he stood in its way, preventing it from advancing any further. He made it clear that he would not allow the wolf to take a single step in her direction, ordering him to stop and stay where he was. The werewolf attacked Akira again, and he barely had time to react. Akira internally determined that he had no right to give up and was obliged to protect Now at any cost. The wolf activated his associated attack again, preparing to unleash another flurry of blows. Akira realized that in this fight, every move would decide the outcome, and if he couldn't dodge the next attack, he would have no chance of winning. He decided to invest the remaining points into the magic power parameter, which would allow him to act faster than his opponent. The system responded to his choice. The sprint skill was activated, the remaining duration of which was 60 seconds. The Titanic Force skill was also applied, also for 60 seconds. Immediately after, Akira rushed forward with incredible speed, using all of his power up to attack the werewolf. He delivered a series of powerful blows, each of which hit the target precisely and felt like serious damage. Akira mentally noted that the attacks had worked, and the damage had been significant. He felt that the enemy was on the edge and that one more charge could be decisive. However, at that moment, the werewolf made a loud and alarming sound. Akira instantly recognized the howl and was overcome with alarm. He realized that this was no ordinary cry. It was a call for reinforcements. Soon, several black wolves appeared from the darkness, responding to the signal. Akira realized that the enemy had managed to call for reinforcements and had now created support for itself. The situation had become complicated, and now the threat to Now had increased many times over. Meanwhile, Now herself was paralyzed with fear. She couldn't move, completely frozen in terror, sitting in one place with her ears and eyes closed. After some time, she opened her eyes and timidly said, "Is it really all over?" However, her hopes were not justified. Right in front of her, there appeared a three-headed black wolf, menacing and creepy, whose appearance left no doubt about the mortal danger. Akira's inner voice, filled with anxiety and self-criticism, acknowledged that his decision to keep his distance from Now in order to avoid drawing her into the fight had ultimately backfired. He realized that he could not delay any longer and needed to get to her immediately. He rushed towards Now, overcoming obstacles, but a pack of black wolves was already racing on his heels, persistently pursuing him and not giving him the opportunity to relax. Meanwhile, Neo herself, paralyzed by fear, was in a state of extreme stress. She spoke broken words, begging the enemy to retreat, but her voice trembled with terror. In front of her stood a terrifying, three-headed black wolf, who immediately began to attack. It was at that moment, when the monster came very close, that Akira, despite his own danger, rushed forward and found himself under a powerful blow. But despite the pain, he managed to gather his strength and delivered the decisive blow, destroying the three-headed wolf and saving Now from mortal danger. Neo screamed when she saw him, her voice filled with fear and worry. She rushed towards him, noticing his injured body. Akira, breathing heavily, calmed her down, trying to show that everything was under control. He consoled her, telling her that everything was okay, despite the injury she had received. Neo, looking at him, noticed with concern that his body was covered in injuries. However, Akira, putting on a calm smile, replied that everything was not so bad, and such wounds were not a cause for concern. He assured her that he would finish everything himself, and all she needed to do was hide and be safe. Nao's heart was filled with despair mixed with admiration. She couldn't help but think that Akira had already done too much and shouldn't suffer anymore. She was shocked that he was still standing after all he had endured. She didn't understand where he got the inner strength to not only fight, but also keep a kind smile on his face, even in moments like these. Neo couldn't help but remember a moment from the past. Then she found herself in a difficult situation at school. She was being bullied by several boys, and it was Akira who stepped in to protect her. Then he received several strong blows, but still, despite the pain, he said with a smile that he was fine. This image flashed brightly in her mind. While Nao was reminiscing, Akira did not stop fighting. He continued to fight off the black wolves, doing his best to protect her. He did not spare himself, giving himself completely to the fight. Now, watching him, realized the depth of what was happening. She mentally admitted that no matter how many wounds he received, Akira continued to fight with all his might, doing everything he could for her. And she, in turn, felt helpless, realizing that all she had done up until now was cry. It made her more determined. She reminded herself that she had given her word to support Akira, and now she couldn't afford to waver any longer. In this world that seemed like a real hell, she made a decision to be by his side, to go forward with him, and not to retreat. Gritting her teeth, Nao stood up from her seat, resolutely took the gun in her hands, and pointed it towards the monsters. She fired a shot, damaging the enemies, thus taking part in the fight for the first time since the battle began. Akira noticed her action with surprise and relief. His voice was full of support and approval. Now, looking him firmly in the eyes, said that everything was really okay now. She declared that they would defeat the enemy together, as they were supposed to from the beginning. Akira raised Nao's hand as if giving a signal and immediately began to run away in order to divert attention to himself and change the outcome of the battle. At this time, Nao cast a spell, calling forth a magical skill called Shock Arrow to use as a weapon against the approaching threat. He then decisively blocked the path of the Black Wolves, taking up a strategic position so that they could not pass. Outside Nao, watching the events unfold, turned to Akira and expressed concern, trying to determine if her comrade was okay and still holding up. Akira confirmed that his condition remained satisfactory despite the stress of the battle. Nao, analyzing the situation, expressed the opinion that even if they manage to defeat the current enemy, it will not yet mark the final victory as a whole. Akira agreed with this observation, explaining that he realized that his speed would increase due to the use of a certain skill, but after activating a move called Sprint, the speed would decrease again. In his thoughts, Akira noted that if the battle continued at the same pace and without changes in strategy, then defeat would soon become inevitable. He expressed his despair and bewilderment at how such a strong opponent could be defeated. Nao suggested that there was only one possible tactical plan, and added that if everything worked out as he expected, then they would actually have a chance of winning, albeit at great risk to Akira. Akira became interested and wanted to know what exactly the essence of the proposed strategy was. Nao explained that the power of the shock arrows increased greatly as her magic power gradually built up, and that if she invested her remaining 7 points into magic and then used all of the stored energy, she could achieve maximum firepower. Akira listened carefully and agreed that this approach had the potential for success, then asked how much time was left until full combat readiness was achieved. Nao, looking at his internal indicators, reported that there were about 3 minutes left before the accumulation of all power, but he added that during this time he would not be able to even move slightly, since all his focus would be directed towards the accumulation of energy. Akira's inner thoughts told him that in that case he would have to engage in combat with the werewolf while being within Nao's shooting range. After these conclusions, he affirmatively stated that he would act in accordance with the proposed strategy and would take on the task of distracting enemy forces. Nao anxiously asked Akira if he was confident in his abilities, since in such an exhausted state he would have to face a whole pack of enemies, including a werewolf, alone, and at the same time wait until the magical energy was accumulated, knowing that he could die at any moment. Nao with a firm voice and asked him to also believe in him as a comrade in arms. Nao, impressed by these words, quietly said Akira's name, realizing the seriousness of the moment. The next second, a werewolf and his pack began to emerge from under the ruins, ready to attack. Akira, noticing this, firmly stated that it was time to end this fight. He rushed into battle, taking the brunt of the blow. Nao's strike arrow's firepower reached its maximum value, and promised himself that he would withstand any onslaught until then. At that moment, the Black Wolves began to surround Akira from all sides, squeezing the ring tighter and tighter. The werewolf chose the moment and decided to attack Akira personally. The situation became critical. The wolves came very close to Akira. He tried to say something, but didn't have time, because the werewolf activated a skill, increasing his survivability. Instantly, the beast launched an attack not only on Akira, but also directed its entire pack at him, dooming the fighter to multiple blows. Akira mentally realized that the werewolf had unleashed all of his power along with his ferocious pack. Despite the brutal onslaught, Akira managed to stay alive, but was wounded by the enemy's claws. Nao, watching this, shouted Akira's name, full of anxiety. In his mind, he kept his sights on the enemy, but he understood that if he fired right now, it would not be enough to defeat the werewolf. He felt that if he decided to attack prematurely, all the efforts he had put in up until this point, including Akira's heroism, would be in vain. However, Akira's words about trust came back to Nao's mind. As the werewolf struck again, Akira screamed in pain, not hiding his suffering. The enemy did not stop and continued his ferocious attacks. With his last strength, Akira said that their joint attack was not yet complete and entrusted the end of the battle to Nao. He accepted this as a task and promised to see it through to the end. Nao attacked the werewolf with all his accumulated strength. The enemy began to gradually disappear, losing shape under the pressure of the magical attack. Silence fell over the battlefield, signaling the end of the battle. Akira said with relief that he always knew how strong and reliable her boss was. The system has recorded the successful completion of a Class C quest called Werewolf. The corresponding reward was awarded, including an additional 50 points. The system also confirmed that the enemy was a monster boss, and the progress of the global turnaround slowed down due to the victory. After a tense battle, Akira, breathing heavily, admitted that they had accomplished the task, despite the fact that it had been extremely difficult, and added that now he had the opportunity to finally free Nao from the eternal cycle of reincarnation. At this point, the system confirmed the progress of the script execution related to Nanas, Nao, indicating that the number of bosses defeated together with her reached one of the required one. The system also recorded the successful execution of Nasa's script. Nao, accompanied by Akira, announced the reward. As a reward for this, Nao received a special skill called Eternal Sacred Fire, as well as one additional attribute point. And Akira's inner thoughts flared up with surprise and disbelief, because he couldn't understand why Nao got such a large number of points, more than himself, and this seemed really cool to him. He came to the conclusion that such rewards were indeed part of the script execution, and that if they were dealt with purposefully, it would be possible to create people capable of fighting the monsters that appeared in this world. At that moment, Nao called out to Akira, clearly concerned about his condition. He confirmed that everything happened exactly as she said earlier, and noted that no one could have imagined such power in advance. Nao replied that she wasn't taking credit for anything, as she said she was just getting in the way and that all of this was possible solely because of Akira's actions, and then suggested that he take a little rest. Akira assured that he was fine, although he admitted that his right arm was broken, but thanks to automatic regeneration, it would soon recover, and added that they should leave this place immediately before more monsters appeared. Nao agreed, but warned Akira not to overexert himself and torture his body unnecessarily. Akira sincerely thanked Nao for her help. Nao chuckled and admitted that she thought he was really cool. However, Akira tripped and unexpectedly fell right on top of Nao, violating her personal space. He immediately apologized, explaining that it was an accident and that he had no bad intentions at all. At that moment, Nao aimed her gun at him. Akira began to explain himself in confusion, addressing her by name and trying to understand her actions, but received no answer. Later, in a calm environment, Nao helped Akira treat his wounds. He complained that she was doing it too roughly and asked for a little more care. Nao, in response, called Akira a capricious child and noted that the bleeding had temporarily stopped. Akira, sensing the atmosphere, carefully asked if she held a grudge against him for what happened. Nao explained that she wasn't angry at all, she was just a little scared at that moment, and added that such situations require the right atmosphere. Akira, lost in thought, didn't quite understand what exactly she meant when she thought about this atmosphere. He then turned his attention to a more important topic, expressing a desire to discuss the text that appeared after the script was completed. Nao asked in surprise if they were talking about the Eternal Sacred Fire. Akira confirmed that this skill was given as a reward for successfully completing the script, and reminded that Nao received special points along with it. Nao, after looking through her information, confirmed that she really had a new skill and a whole 100 points, which she was sincerely happy about, because she couldn't believe that she managed to get such a reward. Akira asked if she had studied the description of the new skill. Nao realized that she hadn't had time to do this yet, but promised to watch it now, although she admitted that she felt like she didn't fully understand its essence. The system at this time provided a description. Eternal Holy Fire is a passive skill, the duration of which depends on the thoughts of its owner. During the skill's duration, its owner avoids death from any mortal wound. In his mind, Akira concluded that the user of the skill became immune to deadly attacks for the duration of its activation. Nao thoughtfully tried to figure out how best to use such power, because now she had to make an important choice. Akira chuckled, noticing that she seemed to be hesitant. Nao confirmed that the number of points received was too large, and it was impossible to redistribute them, so it was necessary to carefully consider each investment. Akira noted that the first thing to think about is automatic regeneration, since there is no recovery skill that is typical for games. Nao agreed with this completely. Akira, thinking to himself, remembered that he himself also had points, a reward for the quest with the werewolf and points for leveling up, a total of 62. He wondered whether he should spend these points on acquiring new skills, or whether it would be better to invest them in upgrading the ones he already had. Together they both thought, saying out loud that the choice was indeed difficult. Akira finally made his decision. The system confirmed the acquisition of 3 skills: Magic Scheme Level 2, Expertise Level 3, and Analysis Level 3. Akira began to analyze the second-level magic scheme in his thoughts and realized that now the restoration of 1 unit of magic power at the first level took 1 day, and increasing the skill level was really justified, because the Sprint and Titanic Strength skills require the expenditure of magical energy. Next, he switched to analyzing the third level of expertise, which now allowed him to find out not only the striking power of the weapon, but also more specific characteristics. He also realized that further increase in level was impossible, that the third level was the maximum. He noted the same thing regarding the skill of analysis. In conclusion, he decided to immediately check the effect of the examination, and, to his surprise, discovered a previously unknown magical element that he saw for the first time. The system provided data on a weapon called the Fierce Bull Cleaver. This item had recommendations for use and increased the muscular strength indicator by 80 points, while providing an additional striking force of 75 points. The durability value was 37, but no additional actions were observed in the weapon. The condition of the cleaver was noted as defective, and the content of magical elements in it was only 3%. Akira mentally concluded that this weapon was indeed defective, but despite this, in the current situation this option was enough for him. He also noted that the third level analysis skill was extremely necessary, because it allowed one to understand in advance what skills the boss had and when he was going to use them. This ability would allow one to act without panic and make informed decisions. He noted with satisfaction that now, after increasing the analysis level to the maximum possible value, he had access to a new skill, blocking analysis, which, as he believed, was not urgently needed yet, but could be useful in the future. The system reported the characteristics of this new skill. Level 1 Analysis Block is passive and can prevent the enemy from performing an analysis. The amount of information that can be hidden from the enemy depends on the skill level itself. The system asked if he wanted to purchase Level 1 Analysis Block. At that moment, Akira mentally apologized to Nao, as he decided to apply the analysis to her. The system displayed information about Nanasi's current condition. Now, her level was 40, her vitality was 42, her muscular strength was 83, her endurance was 81, her speed was 82, and her magic power was 114. She had no distribution points. The individual information column indicated that she was a human from the real world, and the magic element coefficient in her body was 0. There were no magic crystals either inside or outside her body. The list of the owner's skills included Eternal Sacred Fire, Body Strengthening Level 2, Magic Circuit Level 2, Automatic Regeneration Level 2, and Elementary Magic Level 3. Akira was amazed in his mind by what he saw. He noted that Nao had reached level 40, had acquired automatic regeneration, and had increased the levels of all her skills. His attention was again drawn to the mention of a magic element, as well as strange references to some crystals, the meaning of which remained unclear to him. He was also surprised that Nao's magic power had exceeded 100, which, even in a normal situation, made her strength quite impressive. He had a feeling that perhaps Nao was now even stronger than himself. At this time, Nao, noticing his actions, turned to him, assuming that he had used the analysis on her again and was most likely looking at her parameters. Akira immediately began to justify himself. claiming that he had no such intentions at all and had not even thought about it, asking Nao not to worry. Nao took his words with some relief and agreed that everything was fine. Akira felt in his mind that she seemed to be depressed, but he couldn't understand the reason for this. He carefully commented on the situation, trying to find out what exactly had confused her. Nao blushed, looked down, and said that nothing had happened and she wouldn't explain anything to him, especially if he himself didn't know the reasons. Akira excitedly objected that he had never said anything like that, and that he was not at all indifferent to her. He blushed and said with difficulty that he considered her a very important and dear person in his life. Now, hearing this confession, asked with anticipation, was that really all? Akira was surprised to hear her reaction. Now repeated her thought again, as if insisting on continuing the revelations. At this tense moment, a man's voice suddenly rang out, commenting with interest that the situation was becoming quite exciting, and he suggested that a kiss might be the next logical step. Akira and Nao were stunned by the sudden appearance of this man and did not understand where he came from. The man quickly apologized for such an unexpected intrusion, explaining that he had been trying to get their attention for a long time, but could not find the right moment to start a conversation. He added that they should not take him as a suspicious person and introduced himself by the name of Alan. Then he politely offered them one thing, to become his comrades. Akira activated the analysis to find out more about this unexpected person. The system gave out information about him, name, Alan Smith, level 21. His parameters were as follows: Vitality 42, Muscular Strength 53, Endurance 54, Speed 41, Luck 15. The section on origin indicated that he was a person from the real world. The coefficient of magical elements in his body was 0%. The current state of the body was normal. Of the skills, he had only one, strengthening the body of the first level. Akira mentally noted that Alan only had one skill, and wondered what the man's intentions were in approaching them. However, what irritated Akira the most was that Alan had interrupted while something important and possibly very personal was happening between him and Nao. Nao was the first to speak, wanting to clarify the situation and asking what exactly he meant by suggesting they become comrades. Alan, smiling, replied that if they accepted his offer, something good would certainly await them, and he even promised to give them his autograph. Akira, trying to read this very autograph, discovered that due to the large number of stains on the paper, it was almost impossible to make out the inscription. Alan, as if expecting such a reaction, continued in the same spirit, suggesting that an autograph would not be enough for them, and promised to treat them to alcohol, which he, according to him, could prepare himself if they visited his base. Nao showed interest and asked what kind of alcohol he was offering. Akira, hearing this, quickly intervened, apologizing to Alan and firmly stating that they were forced to refuse his offer, as they did not have enough trust in him, and his behavior was too suspicious. Alan, taking this without offense, acknowledged the fairness of the remark and promised to reveal his truth. He knelt down and bowed deeply, asking them to help him find one person. Nao asked in surprise if it was really about finding someone. Akira added warily why they should be involved in this search. Alan admitted that he witnessed them defeat a werewolf and admitted that he was much weaker compared to them. He explained that he alone could not protect the girl, who was a friend of his benefactor, the man who had helped him when he was lost and wandering aimlessly. Now he wanted to repay him with kindness and asked him to join the search. Akira reminded them that in their current state, even moving was difficult. Alan offered a compromise. They had a girl with healing skills, and he offered to help treat the wounds in exchange for assistance in the search. Akira clarified if he meant the automatic regeneration skill. Alan assured that we are talking about another skill that can quickly heal, for example, his broken arm. Nao turned to Akira, wondering out loud if this man could be trusted, since his behavior remained suspicious. Akira admitted that he could not give a definitive answer. Akira reasoned internally that if Alan's words were true, then they would be able to significantly save the time needed for natural recovery from injuries. There were certainly suspicions, but the potential benefits also looked compelling. Having made his decision, he stated that they agreed to help find the right person. Alan reacted to this with delight and expressed genuine joy. Nao turned to Akira with some concern, reminding him that if this all turned out to be a trap, the consequences could be dire. Akira, trying to calm her down, assured her that everything would be fine, and added that if the situation did not go according to plan, he would ask her to shoot. Alan, relieved to hear the agreement, promised to immediately take them to his base. Sometime later, Alan proudly presented his base, inviting them to make themselves at home and relax. He said that this was the very place he had mentioned earlier. He also spoke about the girl they were supposed to meet, noting that she was very simple-minded and kind. Coming closer, he tried to wake her up and addressed her by name, saying that he had brought reliable assistance. The girl named Ayaka, slowly regaining consciousness, asked with a sleepy voice who exactly he had brought. The system provided data on a girl named Ayaka Hanayagi, who is on the 29th level. Her basic parameters were as follows. Vitality was 31. Muscular strength was 60, endurance was 60, speed was also 60, magic power was 21, and luck was 32. She had no free points to distribute. The information section indicated that she was a human from the real world, and there was no magic element coefficient in her body. There were no magic crystals either inside or outside her body. The condition of her body remained normal. The list of skills included Sacred Technique, Body Strengthening Level 2, and Magic Scheme Level 1. Akira noted to himself that the level of the Sacred Technique was not displayed, which meant that most likely this skill was special, perhaps even unique. In addition, he noted that the girl herself seemed quite attractive to him, and perhaps she even matched his taste. Alan, observing Akira's expression, made his own conclusion and said ironically that he was probably wondering if Ayaka would reciprocate his feelings if he suddenly proposed a romantic relationship to her. Akira, not hiding his irritation, suggested that Alan should hit him, now stepped in to stop Akira, noticing that he could actually hurt him in the heat of the moment. Ayaka looked around and asked who all these people were. Alan introduced them as valuable assistants, and added that Now was the one who defeated the werewolf, and her fighting power impressed him. Now became embarrassed and immediately corrected him, saying that Akira was actually the one who did everything. Ayaka, hearing the mention of a werewolf, looked at Neo in surprise, and said in surprise that she didn't expect that this woman would accomplish such a feat. Now immediately reacted with indignation, noting that such an address to her was too rude. Ayaka, without thinking, explained that sometimes words slip out of her mouth before she has time to think, and asked not to take it too personally. She added that, despite age, one can live well even in one's 30s, although she admitted that breasts tend to attract too much attention. Alan chuckled and confirmed that this was the reason he called her simple-minded. Akira, in turn, noted that simple-mindedness might even have gone too far. When the atmosphere had eased a bit, Alan suggested that everyone have a drink to finally get to know each other. Neo agreed, asking for a drink with ice. Ayaka wanted to find out what exactly the demand from the guys who arrived was, because, according to her, no one just offers help. Akira honestly explained that Alan had told them about her healing abilities, and they had agreed to help on the condition that she heal their wounds. Ayaka reacted sharply, turning to Alan and expressing her displeasure at him, revealing her abilities to outsiders. Alan justified himself by saying that without joint action, it would still be difficult to understand what needed to be done. Ayaka, nevertheless admitting that he was right, asked him not to blab about her skills to everyone he met in the future. Akira noted to himself that she had a rather difficult character, and that she and Now most likely had completely different characters. He had doubts about how their interaction would develop. Ayaka, not wanting to drag things out, demanded to show him her hand. Akira, slightly confused, handed it to her as she asked. The girl sternly ordered him not to move. Akira watched in awe as his wound began to heal right before his eyes. Ayaka warned that she should not be considered omnipotent, as depending on the extent of the damage, it may take different amounts of time to fully heal. Sometimes, wounds cannot be healed in one go. In addition, her skill has limitations. Akira assumed that it was about the expenditure of magical power. Ayaka explained that the limit is the number of times the skill can be used per day, and added that the skill does not eliminate fatigue, but only heals physical damage. Akira thanked her, noting that even that was enough. Ayaka replied that she was doing this not for anyone else, but first and foremost for herself. Akira then noticed the photo she had on her phone. Ayaka reacted sharply, asking him not to meddle where he shouldn't. Akira apologized and asked if the man in the photo was related to her father. Meanwhile, Nao, standing at the bar, ordered another drink. At this time, Alan commented that everything was going very well. Ayaka confirmed that the photo was indeed of her father. However, she said ironically that as a father he was hopeless, completely useless. Akira carefully asked if he had disappeared. Ayaka replied that it was nothing, because before the world had become like this, they had always quarreled over trivial things. She recalled how her father scolded her for dyeing her hair, considering it a risky business, and warned that it could lead to problems. Ayaka asked him to leave her alone, emphasizing that she was already 18 and had the right to choose. After that, she admitted that she only came to her senses when chaos began in the world due to the appearance of monsters, and from that moment on, they never saw each other again. Akira admitted that if her father was still alive, then maybe they had a chance to meet. Ayaka said that she didn't really think it was that important, but admitted that despite everything, he was her only remaining relative. And even though he was stubborn, made her suffer with his foot odor around the house, irritated her with his drunkenness and habit of sitting in the bath for a long time, he still remained her stupid but dear father. She admitted that she wanted to find him to apologize properly. Akira, touched by what he heard, promised himself to do everything he could to help. He said out loud that he heard her and assured her that they would definitely find her father. At that moment, Nao moved, grabbed Ayaka's hand and expressed her sympathy, saying that she must have suffered a lot, but she tried her best. She suggested joining forces to make sure to find her father. Akira, with a little confusion, confirmed that this was exactly how it would be. Ayaka thanked Nao with childish sincerity, calling her auntie. Nao immediately took out her gun. Akira, noticing this, said her name with concern. Nao, with a serious look, said that she was not an auntie at all, because she was only 27 years old. Alan, realizing that their squad was about to set out to find Ayaka's father, suggested that they move on to discussing a plan to cover the city space in order to act in an organized and efficient manner. Akira, agreeing with this proposal, nodded briefly. Alan continued and explained that Ayaka's home was located approximately 20 kilometers from their current location. He expressed the opinion that if active searches were conducted within this zone, there was a high probability of stumbling upon traces of his father. He then went on to discuss the monsters depicted in the sketches, noting that some of them looked quite menacing. Akira, looking at the drawings, was surprised to himself, wondering if it was really Alan who created such images. Alan clarified that not only did he have no information about the location of the bosses, but he had never encountered them himself. He expressed confidence that such creatures live somewhere, but he did not know their exact location. At the same time, he noted that problems with ordinary monsters, such as the praying mantis or chameleon, most likely would not arise. However, when it came to the skyfish, his tone changed. He explained that these creatures are especially dangerous. When a skyfish is on the verge of death, it emits a piercing call, calling its fellows. And once a connection is established, the character finds himself surrounded by a multitude of these creatures. Akira admitted in his mind that despite the risk, such creatures could be quite useful for leveling up faster. He wondered if it was worth the risk. Alan emphasized that the danger really does exist, but in the context of their common goal, finding Ayaka's father, maximum cohesion is necessary. He reminded that they are comrades, and each of them must be ready to cover the other's back. This is the only way they can survive and achieve the result, fighting side by side. After this, the detachment went out into the street. Alan, tired, hid behind cover, saying with relief that at this point it seemed he could catch his breath. Ayaka noted with a hint of sarcasm that this is exactly what the real Alan is like. He admitted without arguing that, despite his appearance, he did not possess great physical strength. Akira, watching what was happening, noted to himself that he was actually glad that these two were able to keep their spirits up and stay alive. However, his inner uneasiness remained, and his thoughts revolved around something else, something more important. Nao noticed Akira's tension and asked what was wrong with him. He explained that thanks to the increased level of analysis, he was able to reanalyze the monsters. The system provided new information: a killer mantis, a level 20 monster with vitality 25, muscle strength 31, stamina 19, speed 21, magic power 9, and luck 10. The description said that these creatures appeared in a dungeon located in a forgotten, empty village and belonged to the insect class, order Mantis. The magic element coefficient in the body was 5%, and there were no magic crystals in the body. Akira concluded that these monsters live in a place called the Dungeon of the Forgotten Empty Village. Nao, surprised, expressed admiration for how it really resembled the dungeons from games and manga. Akira confirmed that everything pointed to this, and added that they now had a clear idea of where these creatures appeared. Alan, intrigued, wondered about the magical elements, assuming that he might have them too. Akira confirmed that he does indeed have them, unlike Nao, whose coefficient is 0. Ayaka interrupted them at this point, calling out to them to stop chatting and take cover immediately because the enemy was approaching. Akira clarified who she meant. Ayaka pointed out the strange sounds everyone had heard, and said that those were the ones approaching that they definitely shouldn't engage in combat. The system provided information about the creature: a celestial fish, level 6, with the parameters of vitality 7, muscle power 9, endurance 15, speed 20, magic power 1, and luck 20. These creatures also inhabit the Dungeon of the Forgotten Empty Village, belong to the class of evil spirits and the species of winged ones. The coefficient of magic elements was 2%. No crystals were observed in or outside the body. The condition of the body remained normal. One of the skills was a first-level call. Akira noted in his mind that it seemed like this was the very same heavenly fish in front of them. At that moment, a bird appeared from the sky and began to grab the heavenly fish. Nao commented in surprise that monsters apparently devour each other. Ayaka explained that these creatures do not distinguish between allies and enemies. The heavenly fish itself does not have any special power. Akira suddenly noticed that they were hiding among the weeds, and wondered how that was possible, since they were inside a building. Ayaka pointed out that the monster's relatives had already begun to gather, and the situation could become critical if they noticed them. Alan reassured everyone, saying that these monsters had poor vision, and if they waited, they would not be noticed. However, one of the heavenly fish appeared right next to them. Alan was scared, but Akira reacted quickly and struck the creature. Ayaka screamed, expressing shock at the enemy's sudden appearance, and accused Alan of attracting others by screaming. Akira countered that she herself was no quieter. Ayaka, not to be outdone, accused Akira of the same thing. Alan, realizing his guilt, apologized, saying that perhaps he really had attracted the enemy's attention. Nao suggested running away. Akira pointed out that with so many enemies, it would be difficult to escape. He realized that the only way left for them was to fight. However, deep inside, he was filled with a nagging fear. Would they survive this battle and stay alive under such a fierce onslaught of the enemy? At that moment, Ayaka pulled up a car and demanded that everyone get in immediately. Akira wondered where she got the transport. Ayaka explained that someone had simply abandoned her, and luckily, there was still some gasoline left. She urged everyone to jump in, otherwise death was inevitable. Akira asked if she could drive. Ayaka confidently replied that she had recently received her driver's license. Nao, shooting back at the monsters, reported that shooting doesn't help, as there are only more of them. Alan noted that at this pace they would definitely be caught up. Ayaka said that they had a heavy axe in the trunk, and if they threw it away, the speed would increase. Akira refused to give up his weapon. He cursed silently, realizing that even inside buildings it was now impossible to feel safe. Suddenly, a cliff appeared ahead. Akira exclaimed that they were surrounded. Everything seemed hopeless on all sides. Ayaka, with a stony expression on her face, said that if you doubt something, move forward. Akira shouted if she was joking, but Ayaka didn't stop and drove the car down the cliff. After the fall, Akira was the first to come to his senses and asked if everything was okay. Nao replied that one could say that too. Ayaka asked about the pursuers. Akira glanced back and realized that their pursuers had lost track of them. However, a disturbing thought was persistently ringing in his mind. The reason why they had stopped the chase was unclear. Their refusal to hunt seemed strange and unnatural, as if there was something more hidden behind it. He suggested they look around, but realized that they had no business here. Akira checked the car and shouted to the others, but realized that they weren't listening. Nao, deep in thought, said that they had been in the city. Akira, hearing this, became wary, not understanding what she was leading to. He looked around. Everything had changed. The city seemed to be being furnished with new buildings. Ayaka saw strange shapes and noticed that the buildings were starting to merge. Private houses were mixed with high-rise buildings. Akira understood the connection in his mind. Private houses, a forgotten empty village, a dungeon, and a certain reversal coefficient. Alan noticed that Akira seemed to realize something. Akira confirmed that he had guessed. The global reversal coefficient affects not only the strengthening of monsters, but also indicates the gradual replacement of the old world with a new one. Now accepted this as the truth, and concluded that a dungeon called the Forgotten Empty Village was destroying the current city. Ayaka suddenly screamed and pointed at something strange. A black shadow appeared on the buildings, which immediately disappeared. Akira realized that the situation had become dangerous and called on everyone to flee immediately. However, a black shadow appeared right next to him. Akira mentally noted with shock that the enemy had covered a colossal distance in just one instant, as if disappearing from one place and appearing in another. Without wasting time, the enemy began to attack rapidly. Akira instantly grabbed his weapon and stopped the enemy's attack. He shouted tensely at Ayaka to press the pedal quickly and speed up the car. In complete confusion, he voiced his despair, trying to understand how they should proceed further, as the situation became increasingly critical. Now, keeping her cool, stated that the creature was stalking them, and the main thing now was to escape from its territory. Alan added that he believed they were beginning to drift away from Ayaka's home again. Akira, hearing this, exclaimed in irritation that now was definitely not the time for such remarks. Ayaka, in a panic, began to lose hope and said in despair that everything was lost and they were destined to die. Akira, despite what was happening, focused and stated that he intended to give his all to protect everyone from the enemy's attacks, and asked Nayo to support him in this. Nao confidently confirmed that she was ready to help. Alan, in his usual manner, said that he would calmly pray for their successful escape. Akira, a little embarrassed, agreed with this idea. The system displayed information about the new enemy. The boss stood before them, the Knight Dullahan, who had reached level 86. His parameters were terrifying. Vitality was 257, muscle power was 278, endurance was 233, speed was 212, magic power was 170, and luck was 11. This monster belonged to the class of demi-humans, a type of ghost, and appeared in a dungeon called the Forgotten Empty Village. Its body contained 14% magical elements. There were no magical crystals inside the body, but their presence was observed outside the body. In particular, a small crystallization was noticed on the chest. In the arsenal of the boss, the skills were First Level Swordsmanship, First Level Compound Technique, and First Level Open Magic. Akira, after analyzing the parameters, realized that this opponent was significantly stronger than the werewolf. The overall numerical value of the characteristics exceeded everything he had encountered before, and even the slightest mistake could cost him his life. He prepared for battle and issued a challenge, inviting the enemy to attack. Gathering his will, he struck several blows with his weapon, but the enemy was not stopped. All attacks had no noticeable effect. Nao took aim and fired a spell at him. A shock arrow. Alan, watching the fight, expressed admiration and said that such actions were quite expected from those who had recently managed to defeat a werewolf. Ayaka, shocked by what was happening, exclaimed that their strength was impressive and asked if they had managed to defeat the enemy. Nao explained that they had not yet won the race, but they had gained the necessary distance. Akira, feeling relieved, said with admiration that this was cool. He was internally thinking about how much his power had increased after raising his magic power level. He now understood what the power was like when it exceeded 100 units. He approached Nao with a proposal to continue in the same spirit. Nao answered affirmatively. She repeated her attack, confirming her determination. Ayaka watched the fight and commented excitedly that they were actually getting the upper hand against the boss monster. She then turned to Nao with concern, trying to figure out her condition. Nao replied with forced confidence that she was fine. Akira, watching her, realized that her strength was already at its limit. He realized that as the spells increased in power, the total number of attacks available decreased. However, it was thanks to these attacks that they were able to increase the distance. He firmly declared to himself that even if he had to remain alone, he could handle it. The main thing was to get out of the enemy's territory. However, the next moment, the car and everyone in it were thrown into the air along with the top of the hull. Akira was confused as to what had happened. He couldn't understand if they had fallen or why it had happened. His mind was filled with worry for his comrades. A burning car appeared before his eyes. His heart sank as he started calling out his friends. Nao, Ayaka, Alan. Nao's body lying motionless, and overcome with despair, he rushed towards her, shouting her name. Akira, his voice shaking, begged her to hold on, refusing to accept what was happening as reality. His mind was racing for an explanation. This shouldn't have happened. Things weren't going the way he'd hoped. He desperately called for Ayaka, he called for Alan, hoping that someone would answer, someone would help. But instead, behind him, as if from the darkness, an enemy appeared silently. The system coldly recorded, 4th death confirmed. Akira regained consciousness after his death experience, realizing that he had been resurrected. Alan, seeing his thoughtful face, approached and expressed concern, noticing that Akira seemed to be deep in thought. Ayaka did not fail to reproach Alan, accusing him of hiding somewhere all the time again. Alan, in his defense, only spread his hands and said that, despite his appearance, he could not boast of strength. Akira tried to analyze the situation in his mind. He realized that he had indeed died at the hands of Dullahan. He remembered the car falling, and when he woke up, it was already burning. Nao was nearby at that moment, and in that vulnerable moment, the enemy dealt a fatal blow. Akira wondered if it was an explosion in the car or a special type of attack from the boss. He also noted that the respawn point had changed again, and he could now confirm that the return location was updated after defeating the next boss. With these thoughts, he came to the conclusion that it was necessary to leave as quickly as possible. Akira announced to the others that it was dangerous to be here and called on everyone to leave the area. Ayaka reacted in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly spoke so abruptly. Akira explained that a school of skyfish was approaching from the back of the building, and if they stayed here, they would definitely be attacked. Ayaka, after listening, confirmed that she could indeed hear the characteristic sounds of these creatures, albeit faintly. Alan commended Akira's intuition, calling it amazing. Ayaka suggested using a nearby car to get to her house faster, since the distance was still quite long. She noted that the key was already inserted and expressed hope that the vehicle would be operational. Akira categorically stated that the car could not be used. Ayaka was a little confused by his tone and asked him not to shout like that. Akira immediately apologized, realizing his harshness. Nao supported him, and noted that if the enemy attacked while in the car, it would be much more difficult to fight back. Alan admitted that it was hard to disagree with that, and suggested continuing the journey on foot. Akira apologized again for his behavior. Nao said that nothing terrible had happened, and then moved on to the important topic, asking if he had really come back from death. Akira confirmed that this was indeed the case. Nao deduced that the mysterious accident and the encounter with Dullahan were connected, and noted that it happened almost immediately after they defeated the werewolf. Akira promised to choose the safest route to avoid running into this enemy unexpectedly, and asked everyone to be extremely careful. Nao promised that she would be careful. Akira mentally noted that if a battle were to break out, someone might die. He also realized that there were many unknowns about the circumstances of the last death, and that only gave him a bad feeling. Now, feeling the tension, noticed that due to the constant clashes with monsters, they had slowed down their movement too much. Ayaka, hearing this, reminded him that she had suggested using the car from the very beginning. She had complained about the stickiness of her body after the last contraction and expressed a desire to wash it all off. Akira asked how much longer they had to go. Ayaka assessed the pace and said that at the current speed, the journey would take another 5 or 6 hours. Akira suggested taking a short rest. Alan supported him, saying that their master was clearly exhausted. Ayaka suggested stopping at a hot spring that was nearby. She explained that after all these battles, she really wanted to wash off all the dirt and muck from herself, and asked Nao's consent. Nao agreed that it would be appropriate. Akira asked worriedly if there was hot water. Ayaka suggested not to waste time and go check. If the water really was hot, it would solve 2 problems at once. Akira countered that if monsters attacked them while they were bathing, the situation could get out of hand. Ayaka confidently replied that in that case, she would scream, and the others would just have to be on guard. Later, when the girls were already in the spring, Nao noted that the water was really hot. Ayaka exclaimed in relief, feeling as if she had been resurrected. Nao was surprised that hot water could be found in such conditions. Ayaka asked if the others were keeping an eye on the situation. Alan assured that everything was clear, but at the same time teased Akira, saying that he seemed to be trying to peek. Akira categorically denied this and asked not to slander him. Alan changed the subject and noted that the nights in this country were getting colder. Akira, interested, asked where he was from. Alan admitted that he came from America. Akira noted that Americans are known for their energy. Ayaka approached Nao, expressing her admiration for her shock arrow, and asked if she could use other magic. Nao replied that she could, but her other magic wasn't intended for combat. Ayaka insisted that she wanted to see what kind of magic it was. Nao, slightly embarrassed, cast a spell and demonstrated the creative water. She explained that it was magic that created water. Ayaka asked excitedly if she could drink it. Nao replied that she wasn't sure and suggested asking Akira will conduct the analysis later. Ayaka, fired up by the idea, declared that she should learn magic too and asked about other ways. Nao began to explain. Meanwhile, Akira was wondering whether he should continue searching for Ayaka's father. He didn't want to expose Nao to any more mortal risks, and decided that he needed to be there to protect her. Alan, observing the interaction between the girls, noticed that they gradually got along. He added that Ayaka, although she can be harsh, is still a sweet girl. Akira agreed, admitting that she did have a lot of sass. Alan asked if his paternal instincts were aroused, as if she was demanding protection. Akira said not to that extent. He then asked a counter-question about why Alan was helping Ayaka. Alan said it was a long story, worthy of a 2-volume biography, but at Akira's request he agreed to tell it briefly. He told me that he had a daughter. As a teenager, she was a rebel, and they often fought. However, he loved her immensely. She was everything to him. But one day he couldn't protect her. A monster killed her right before his eyes. After that, he hated this world and began to wander alone, lost, and without a purpose. Ayaka saved him. Thanks to her, he found meaning again. Now he wants to protect her, just like he once tried to protect his daughter. Akira, hearing this, admitted that he was also ready to be there until the very end, but his words were interrupted by a scream. He instantly broke through the fence and rushed towards the girls, thinking that they were being attacked by a monster, but it turned out to be just Ayaka playing with Nao. Ayaka screamed indignantly, accusing Akira of peeping. Later, when everything had calmed down, Akira asked how far it was still to go. Ayaka replied that they were already close. Akira called on everyone to pull themselves together and move on. Akira looked around the area and noted that the destruction in this area did not seem to be as extensive as in other areas. However, he could not determine where exactly the monsters might be hiding, so he advised everyone to proceed with caution. But before he could finish speaking, he noticed that Ayaka suddenly jumped up and ran forward, shouting that her father must be around that corner. After all, that was where her house was. When she reached her destination, she found a terrible picture. Her home was completely destroyed, turning into a pile of rubble. Ayaka couldn't believe what she saw. She stood there dumbfounded, calling out to her father with a trembling voice, hoping he would answer. She called him again and again, but there was no answer. Soon her gaze fell on the motionless bodies. Akira came up behind her and said her name with alarm. Ayaka, breaking down, admitted that deep down she had long suspected this outcome. She did not know whether her father was alive or not, and she tried to prepare herself for the worst-case scenario. She had convinced herself that she would be able to accept any truth, but now, faced with reality, she realized that she was unable to believe that her father was really dead. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and she tried her best to hold them back. Meanwhile, Akira noticed an inky darkness starting to appear nearby, thickening in the air. He immediately shouted for Ayaka to run. A sinister enemy appeared right in front of her. The system automatically activated the skill. Sprint was applied. The remaining duration was 60 seconds. Akira, without thinking, rushed to save Ayaka. A cloud of dust rose up beneath his feet, swirling into a whirlwind. Now, noticing what was happening, screamed, calling for Akira and Ayaka. Despite the danger, Akira managed to catch Ayaka in time and take her to safety. He turned to Ayaka and checked her condition. She, still in shock, barely whispered, recognizing him. The despair associated with her father slipped into her voice again. Akira wasted no time in ordering Alan to quickly take Ayaka away from the battlefield. He ordered Nao to take cover and begin accumulating magical power. Nao agreed, without objection. Alan also responded affirmatively and began to act. Akira was deep in thought at this point. He realized that the situation was strange. Up until this point, all the bosses, even after his resurrections, remained in their locations. But this enemy, he appeared here, as if he knew where to look. Akira began to suspect that the monster was purposefully tracking their movements. Perhaps he really was following them. However, now was not the time for deep reflection. The system displayed the current C-Class quest data, Dullahan the Striker. The completion condition was the defeat of the boss himself. Akira, full of determination, entered the battle. He did not hide his rage, accusing the enemy of daring to stand in the way of their team. He launched an attack and the battle with Dullahan entered its active phase. Meanwhile, Ayaka, hiding, remembered in her mind that there were hoof prints near the place where she found the tracks. She realized that, most likely, it was this monster who was involved in her father's fate. Nao watched the scene unfold, confirming that this was the very same Dullahan that Akira had warned about. In her mind, she hoped that she could remain unnoticed and aim at the right moment. While Akira distracted the enemy, she would accumulate magic power to strike. But suddenly, Akira realized that the enemy seemed to have stopped pursuing them. Something in his behavior had changed. Nao was just about to release her spell when the enemy suddenly appeared right in front of her. Akira immediately shouted her name and rushed to help. The enemy attacked, but Akira made it in time, covering Nao with his body. He asked if she was okay. Nao, having been wounded, responded with difficulty that she was more or less holding up. She was surprised that the enemy was able to spot her, since she hid so as to remain out of his sight. Akira confirmed his fears in his mind. The enemy did indeed have a precise understanding of their location, regardless of whether they were hiding or not. It was something strange, and he could not explain the nature of such an ability. Everything that was happening seemed frightening and inexplicable. Dullahan activated destructive magic, summoning a massive sphere that glowed with darkness and pulsated with terror. Akira instantly recognized this manifestation in his mind as a deadly skill known as chaos sowing, and immediately realized that there was no way to dodge or escape from it. He wanted to warn Nao, but he realized that in the current situation, even that would be useless. Ayaka activated the Holy Shield skill at the crucial moment, erecting a barrier of light in front of her allies, which served as salvation. Akira was surprised to see this, and realized how serious she was. Ayaka, standing before him, explained that she had found hoof prints near her father's remains, and her mind was filled with the certainty that this enemy, Dullahan, was responsible for his death. She stated that she could not stand aside, and was obliged to take part in the fight. Akira was shocked by her determination. Alan, seeing the team's unity, also volunteered to help in any way he could. Akira agreed and proclaimed that they would defeat the enemy only together. The system has detected the use of the sprint skill, with a remaining duration of 60 seconds. Dullahan once again summoned a giant sphere of magical energy. Nao, without hesitation, used a double strike arrow, aiming to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. Akira, filled with determination, rushed into battle. He activated the Titanic Force that was also registered by the system, with a similar duration of 60 seconds. Concentrating all his strength, Akira delivered a powerful blow and cut down the horse on which the enemy was riding. He noted in his mind that now that the steed was destroyed, only Dullahan himself remained. But he wasn't going to back down. He caught Akira and dealt him a crushing blow, making him realize the full power of his opponent. Nao was already preparing to release another arrow, but before she could, Dullahan moved towards her and struck. Ayaka came to the rescue at the right moment and created a protective barrier, giving Nao a chance to counterattack. Nao didn't miss the moment and fired another shock arrow, hitting the enemy. Ayaka, watching as the creature shuddered from the damage, expressed the thought that perhaps they had managed to defeat the enemy for good. Akira also wondered in his mind whether victory had really come. Alan stepped forward and praised everyone for their remarkable achievement, saying that their success after the battle with the werewolf in this fight was simply amazing. He congratulated them with admiration on their latest victory. Ayaka immediately noticed that Alan had once again avoided fighting. Alan explained that his body was no longer fit for battle and expressed regret that he could not fight equally. Ayaka looked at him with distrust, noting that it was completely unnoticeable on the outside. Akira was thinking at this point that despite the many remaining questions, the most important thing now was that the battle had ended in victory, and at least everything had been settled temporarily. Nao walked up to Alan and asked if he was injured, even though she could barely stand on her own 2 feet. Alan, noticing this, worriedly asked about her condition. Nao apologized, feeling how fatigue completely took over her body. Alan assured her that everything was fine, because after such a battle, fatigue was a completely natural phenomenon. He expressed his gratitude for how she and the others fought without sparing themselves to save Ayaka. However, the next second, Alan changed abruptly. He suddenly attacked Nao and dealt a fatal blow. Nao died on the spot. Ayaka screamed in horror, shocked by this betrayal. She demanded an explanation, not understanding how he could do such a thing. Alan calmly stated that he simply got rid of her and did not see anything special in it. He added that the moment of killing a person brings him the greatest pleasure, enjoying the pain and helplessness of the victim.